All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome in. It's the Rise and Grind Morning Show. Hope you all having a wonderful morning this morning. Eric's back today, so he'll be on with us in just a few seconds. He's obviously ready to rock and roll. I'm late as usual. Well, not as usual, I guess. We've been rolling on time for the most part the last couple of weeks, so I apologize. But hey, Arf, man, if you're hungry, by all means, go get some lunch. I mean, 8:30 a.m. It's lunchtime somewhere. Got to eat. Anyway, hope y'all being great, doing well, behaving. Whatever it is you're doing today, do it to your best abilities. Well, that's what we're going to try to do today. We're going to try to do a podcast to the best of our abilities. We got a few things to talk about. We're going to do some mock drafts. Obviously, Eric's been gone for a couple weeks. He's going to tell us where he's been, what he's doing, and how things are going. So let's get rolling.
Pressured by Hutchinson, he goes down again.
All right, good morning, man. How are you? Well, that's good. This sounds like you had the same crap that I did when I got back from the combine, man. Like it's not fun. Well, you did some business stuff too. You had a show down in Jackson, yeah? Oh, hold on. I guess we don't have audio from you for some reason. Dude, I've had so many weird audio issues. One sec. Hold on, buddy. Hold on here. Let's see. What changed? All right, let's try that. Let's see if you have audio now. There you go. Okay, let's try this one. How about now? Still slap back? Well, then that doesn't make any sense, right? We've been through this before. These stupid updates. All right, let's go back to Pro Main. And you shouldn't have any slapback now. All right, now I'm going to have to go into the back end of settings. No, I doubt it. Well, it could be just jump out and jump back in. So sometimes that fixes it. Yeah, go ahead. And then, actually, before you do that, hopefully we don't get echo now, but go ahead and say something now, and then I'll check on my end if I can hear you.
Hello. No echo. Is he connected to his glasses in there in the case?
There we go. Now we can hear you. We just might have some echo with some other things that we do this morning, but okay. All right, we're going to do a quick reset. Here we go.
Pressured by Hutchinson, he goes down again.
All right, take two. What's happening, man? How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. I got to adjust my volume here.
Good to see you back in the saddle this morning. So, quick retake here. Had some audio issues. Now we're back. We're gonna rock and roll. It is March 31st. Can you believe that it's April Fool's Day tomorrow?
Oh my God!
And do you have anything planned? I mean, are we got any jokes ready to go, or are we gonna?
Yeah, Mother Nature's got the joke coming. We're supposed to get 3 to 6 inches of snow, and it's no joke. It's so stupid. Stupid.
It's 75 down here, man.
No,
it's beautiful.
No, yeah, we got to like 38 yesterday, and we melted some snow. We got a little bit of rain, but yeah, we're supposed to get a big snowstorm. It's stupid with ice
I got daffodils popping up.
All mine are under 5 feet of snow still.
I was just talking yesterday about, man, I got to go out and start planting some stuff. I was at Costco and they got all these new bags of flowers, like perennial flowers for like $15. You get a giant bag of bulbs or tubules, and like that was my day. After I was done with the pet scan, I went to Costco and was hunting around for some. Honestly, I just wanted to see how expensive fertilizer was going to be because of everything going on. Like, there's one chemical that is needed. It's urea or something like that is needed to make fertilizer. So far, fertilizer's about $70 a bag, which I need 4 of them. So I'm not too mad, but it's still pretty expensive. So that was my day yesterday, man. And I don't know if you got to see that, but yesterday I was at Banff in Grand Rapids getting a PET scan, CT scan, full body. And I don't think I really shared much of it last night, but what a unique experience, man, being in the biggest, fastest, best machine in the world, the only one in the United States. And I got to go in, not that I really wanted to be there, but 7 minutes for a PET and a CT scan, whole body. Like,
wow.
That's just unheard of. Last year, you remember I was going through like 4 or 6 different MRIs, right? Just to be able to do like hips, legs, abdomen, kind of full body. But it was like 4 different MRIs, 90 minutes a piece. They just did all this in 7 minutes. That's incredible. But
yeah,
good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I've had a couple. I've had a couple of those done on like my brain and stuff, and you're in there for 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, that was probably a really quick one. Why did it take so long?
I don't know.
I mean, there's not much going on up there. I mean,
no, I know my 3 brain cells.
Right? Hey, man, we're done.
Yeah,
we're done. Nothing in there.
Yeah. Got them all.
Some air. Got them all. Fighting each other.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, hey, who's going to be fighting each other in the NFC North is what we're going to be talking about today. Who got better? Who got worse after free agency? As I mentioned last night, I'm hoping to finally get all of the draft stuff rolling. I'm about a week behind of where I really wanted to be, but I got all the articles out early, so at least that gave everybody kind of a flavor and a taste as to what I'm thinking, between 1.0 and 2.0. But now I got to put it all into video format, and so I'll start rolling that stuff out. Hopefully today, by tonight, you guys should see some things. It's not much different than the articles, but it is different to where now the masses are going to be able to see it. Need your help pushing it, hyping it, liking it, sending it to people. Share it on your social medias or other people's social medias. And then we also have some bad news today. Really, really, really disappointing news. So got to meet Trevor Sikkema at the Combine. I didn't see Connor. And we got to meet, a few other people down there as well. The old crew at PFF. They decided to sell. Chris Collinsworth sold it for like $130 million. Don't quote me on the number. I know it's north of $100 million. And there's 2 divisions, right? You have the content division and then you have the data science division. Well, I believe they sold the data side for like 130, and then the content side, I think Chris Collinsworth still holds the majority rights to that or whatever. But they laid off everybody. Like everybody. I don't even know who's there anymore. And what this is going to be moving forward. But you've kind of seen this coming, and this is not the first data analytics company to do this. I mean, even in the same week here or last 7 days, there was another company. I posted it on my Twitter that did the same thing. And I have a feeling a lot of this is, remote workers that travel a lot, whether it's through air or by vehicle. So there's a lot of expense, a lot of fuel expense. And with fuel costs the way that it is, no, I'm not going to get political, but it is a fact of life. You could kind of see that, some things were coming down the pike here and where companies were going to kind of take a left turn. I'll check my volume. Thank you. So it's just unfortunate, but to see how many people were laid off through PFF is just insane to me. It really sucks. Obviously their platform is going to change. I keeps dipping. Not that we really use a lot of it, but to not have their breakdowns. Hold on here. Come on, get out of there. To not have their breakdowns or as much content moving forward right before the draft. Like that's crazy to me. Like why would they do this before the draft? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I mean, they're going to lose out on a ton of content. Maybe they don't care. And then all these guys are, and ladies are going to be looking for jobs. I'm sure a lot of them are going to land on their feet. Like Trevor will be fine. I'm sure he could start his own thing and be fine. But just very, I guess, very weird, heading into one of the biggest parts of the season and one of the largest content creators out there just decided to lay everyone off. So I just wanted to say, man, I wish you all the best. A lot of great people that work at PFF, and y'all deserve the best, man. You guys created it. For the last 5 to 7 years, PFF has taken a major transformation, a major change within the landscape of data science for sports. And the people that have been involved in that, you're responsible for it. So I hope you all got some sort of a bonus check out of it, some sort of severance pay. I hope it wasn't just cut and dry, see you later, bye. But who knows? Who knows? Something tells me Chris Collinsworth probably didn't do anything. But
yeah, did you hear who bought it?
Teamworks, I think, which is one of the largest data science sports content companies out there, which I don't really know much about them. Honestly, it's like the first time I've even heard that name. So I don't know what else they own, but it must be a lot. They could just be portfolio owners too. I work for a $15 billion holdings company that, we owned everything, and we were just portfolio holders. We had 150 different companies. So it could be something similar to that. I don't know. I really don't. So you take everything I said, just throw it out the damn window for all I care. So anyway, wish you all the best. Sucks. Hope y'all land on your feet. I got plenty of room if y'all want to come on and talk. Okay, I'm not going to pay you, but, maybe I could, I guess. Depends on who it is. If it was someone really, really good, then we'd do something. But anyway, kind of sucks. So what's on the tip of your mind today?
Well, somebody just put something in the chat there that the Lions are asking for some money back from Frank Rank now. So
Oh, Jesus. You've got to be kidding me.
No, they're asking for... The team believes the money is rightfully theirs, given the player did not meet the full requirements of the contract signed. Other teams have not forced players to return portions of their signing bonus, but Johnson and Barry Sanders had rifts with the team, but were able to reconcile differences later on. Let's see. It is
where's I mean, we God, I can't get the words out today. We've heard this before. Like you were saying, other players, Barry Sanders, I don't know about that one. Calvin Johnson, we definitely know about that one. Without even knowing what this is and what you just mentioned, it would make sense that since, again, I haven't looked at anything, so I'm going to guess if Frank Ragnow, when Frank Ragnow decided to retire, that was in June. And so a lot of your bonus money and things like that start to kick in like, second, third, fourth, day of the new league year. And you start to get, whether it's money guaranteed or signing bonus money or whatever. And that was exactly why the Lions said to Taylor Decker, hey, we need a decision by March 10, because he was going to have a significant amount of money that was going to be guaranteed on the third day of the new league year. And there was no need to send him that money just to get that money back, which there's going to be a cost for that. I don't know, what the NFL teams have worked out with their respective merchants, but anytime you send money from one person to another, there's a percentage that is going to go to that big company, the merchant company, whether it's 2%, 2.6%. I think I pay 2.6 plus 30 cents. But that's a ton of money when you're talking millions of dollars, right? And so I don't know what they have set up. They could just send you a check for all I know. Or you could do a direct deposit, and then there's probably nothing that really would come out in that fashion. But there's got to be some sort of an expense. So that's why they needed Decker to make the decision early, or not early, but before his bonus was going to go out. So it makes sense. But again, now you're talking another tenured player of 10 years. How much was the money? Does it say?
Well, this is the whole thing. So the Detroit Lions made former center Frank Ragnow repay a portion of his signing bonus after he retired last June, with 2 years left on his contract. Lions president Rod Wood explained the team's stance, stating that players who retire early are returning our money rather than paying back their own money. And here's his actual quote. He says, "They're not paying back their money, they're returning our money," per Rod Wood, president of the Detroit Lions. So it doesn't say how much he had to give back. It doesn't sound like it was all that much money. Somebody in the chat said 1.3 million.
It's a shit ton of money.
For them, that's not all that much.
That's a player.
That's one player on a 1 year deal.
Well, it's one player getting kind of a vet minimum deal. If you've been with the NFL for 3-4 years, it's vet minimum.
Does that count towards the salary cap, or is that just money that the team recoups?
Well, because Frank Ragnow was a top 51 paid athlete, then yeah, it would count towards the salary cap in that respective year. All money that goes out, and that's why the numbers like on Spotrac or over the cap can be difficult to figure out, because of very simple things like this, bonus money and stuff that has to get repaid. The whole Cam Sutton thing, I don't know what's going on with that. I haven't reached out to ask for an update, but there's like $10 million still out there that was going through arbitration, probably going through a legal process. Haven't heard anything. Maybe I missed the news, but it's stuff like that. Like if that got fixed today, then the Lions get another cash injection. I think they had to put 60% into an escrow account, which is like 6.9 or 6.3 million, whatever the number was. And that's a lot of money, right? That's 5-6 players that you could sign. Whereas, maybe, or even one really good player that you could sign. It's AJ Epinesa right now, or two of them. It's a lot of money. Even $1 million is a lot of money, because if you got a deal done with a premier player and say, hey, look, we'll give you the vet minimum this year, fully guaranteed, we'll give you the 1.3. We'll back, we'll backload the contract, if you will. You could get a $20 million player, or a $10 million player, whatever it is, for the vet minimum. It's just the next year you're going to have a big cap hit. So it's all relative. It all matters. If I'm the Lions, optics are everything.
Yeah.
Timing is everything. And I think if the Lions were a little bit smarter, I think that they need to get in front of this stuff from now on, not let it pop out a year later, right? It's almost a year, since Frank Ragnow retired. So at this point, I think moving forward, you need to set the expectations, Detroit Lions, and say, hey, we're expecting this player to retire. This is the cap considerations. This is what would happen if. And this is what we expect. This is what every team does. And let me be very clear. This is what every team does. If your boss were just to accidentally put 10 grand into your checking account on payday, you were overpaid. Someone mistaken, paying a vendor, and sent it to your bank account instead. Do you think that your boss is just going to say, you know what? Not a big deal. Just go have fun. Go on vacation. Or are they going to say, where's my 10 grand? I don't care if I'm a billionaire. Where's my 10 grand?
Oh,
They're all
spent it.
Well, if you spent it and you spent money that you knew you didn't earn, well, that's a whole different can of worms. We won't even go down that road. But it's not yours. Matter of fact, didn't that just happen to someone like I think it was a few years ago? I think they were working for a major company, or it could have been the government. I think there was a couple of different cases. I think the government accidentally sent an unemployed worker unemployment, and it was like a big amount of money, like 60, 70, 80 grand kind of money. And it ended up in their account, and they spent the money. Well, they ended up getting a felony for that. So, and then there was another case where someone got like super large amount of money, like hundreds of thousands. And I mean, you just disappear from work. What would you do? What would you do? Because that's not your money. I don't know, man. I think the Lions need to get in front of it next time.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Anything else on your mind? Tip of the spear, man. What's going on? NFC North news for you?
Well, let's see. So the NFL, well, not the NFL, the Chicago Bears. So let's get into this one. TJ Lang got into it with Chicago Bears fans after TJ bashed Caleb Williams. Former Detroit Lions offensive lineman and current sideline reporter TJ Lang ignited a feud with Chicago Bears fans after commenting on quarterback Caleb Williams' attempt to trademark the name Iceman. Well, Lang agreed with a take from sports commentator Skip Bayless, writing on social media, "Never thought I would give Skip any props. He nailed this one. Caleb is a corny fraud." After facing backlash from Chicago fans, Lang didn't back down. He fired back by highlighting his career success against the Bears, asking, "Are Chicago fans trying to diss me after beating them in 90% of the games I played against them?" And Lang further criticized the Bears' recent history, pointing out that they have only won one playoff game in 10 years by luck, and called them a weak fan base for acting like the top dogs now. And the bitter NFC North rivalry between the Lions and the Bears remains heated even during the offseason, with Lang using his platform and history in the division to keep the trash talk alive. Well, this original post that he was talking about was because Caleb tried to get a trademark for the name Iceman, because that's what some of the fans are calling him, Iceman.
No.
Well,
He called himself Iceman. Let's be clear here. He gave him that name. I talked about
himself.
I talked about this last week. But he gave himself the moniker Iceman because of how he performed at the end of some games. Well, I mean, you threw plenty of interceptions to not win a game, so
yeah.
I mean, you're here. I'll show you what I really think, but keep on going.
But back in the 70s and 80s, there was another person. It was a basketball player.
Yep.
That his nickname was the Iceman, and his name was, let's see. So Skip Bayless tells Caleb Williams to be original after his attempt to trademark George Gervin's Iceman nickname.
Yeah.
Skip points out that even Caleb's "Ice in My Veins" celebration, D'Angelo Russell started that years ago. So
yeah, he's doing nothing original, man. If anything, he's just biting, He's biting the kneecaps of everybody else that's done it before him. That's all he's doing.
Yeah. And Bears fans, man, have they done a 180 since last offseason?
As far as what?
Because they were not this vocal and this crazy, but after one season of Ben Johnson and one season where they win 10 games and make the playoffs and 11 games, and they win one playoff game against a horrible Green Bay Packer team.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're world beaters. They won one playoff game.
Okay. I see where you're going with that, but I'm gonna paraphrase. I have 20 questions today, by the way. Okay. I'm gonna paraphrase what Dan Campbell said yesterday when he was saying what their plan is, basically going back to 22 and 23, what their plan was, how to build that identity, how to build the culture, how to practice, how to be, a tough team. And he said at the breakfast, like, look, I want to make sure that when we are talking about who we are, that's who we are. That we're going to talk a good game, right? But can you walk it? Because you can talk all you want, but if you can't walk it, then it means absolutely nothing. So Dan is exactly right that, he wants his team, his players, if you're going to say you've got the grit, if you're going to say that you're tough, if you're going to say that you go all out and you work harder than anybody else, then you've got to show it, and then you've got to prove it. And you show it by doing what you do in practice, you show it by what you do in the game, and you prove it by how you perform day in and day out, showing up day in and day out. Not just part-time, not just once in a while, not just when the cameras are on you. It's when nobody's looking. And so for Bears fans, I'll just give you this bit of advice. You had one good year against a shit schedule, and you just lost about everybody. And you got a quarterback that can't even complete 58% of his passes. So it's not that great. But where I'm going to turn that around on Lions fans is we did the same damn thing.
Yep.
We thought that our shit didn't stink after 2023, that we owned everybody because we finally won the North and went to the NFC Championship game, ended up losing it in the end because we couldn't finish. The Bears can't
we
finish.
did a little bit more than the Bears, though. We won two playoff games.
We did, but and then we backed it up the next year by going back. So that's where...
And winning 15 games.
Yeah, with nobody on the roster, right? And so that's where the Bears need to prove themselves this year. We did it against a crap schedule, I think a third-place schedule in 23.
And then a first-place
schedule. And then a first-place schedule in 24. So can the Bears do it this year is going to be the biggest question. Here's what I really think about this whole situation. I apologize if my image is not 100%.
Oh, that's great.
Loaded in. No, right here. There we go. That's how I feel about the whole situation. So I saw some things flying around in social media. So I created this one. The real king of the North, Jared God, not Jared Goff. Goff's reign 7-3 versus the Bears since 2021, undefeated since 2024. Who's your daddy? 2025 quarterback completion percentage rank of 34 quarterbacks. Jared Goff, number 5, 68%. Caleb Williams, well, he wears number 1, but he's the 34th. He's in dead last, and it is so bad there's 2 starters, non-starters, that are better than him. 58.1%. He's 100% trash. Overthrows, interceptions, can't win it when the game is on the line. I'm sorry, but there is nobody that is touching Jared Goff, God, in the NFC North. And honestly, it's not just the NFC North. There's 6 other divisions out there that Jared Goff owns right now. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any debate there whatsoever that Jared Goff is not the best quarterback in the NFC North. I don't think Jordan Love touches him. Now, is Jordan Love more mobile? Yes, he is, but he never puts up the stats or the wins that Jared Goff has.
I'll throw something wild since you're talking about Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray's going to have better stats than Caleb Williams this year if he starts,
I
bro.
believe it.
He's going to play better. And I don't even, you know me, I don't like Kyler Murray.
No, but Kyler Murray, I think, has all the talent in the world. I just think he hasn't had the team around him, just like Jared Goff didn't have the team around him in LA. He didn't. And he didn't here in Detroit until a few years in, and now he's got the team built around him.
He took a 5th round draft pick. Wait, was Monroe 5th or 4th?
4th.
4th. He took a 4th round draft pick that
Turned him into an
was it
all-pro.
14, 15 other, other wide receivers went in front of him.
17.
I think they got the number wrong. I think the number that his girl actually gave to Monroe was wrong or something.
Okay.
But yeah, I think there's 16. Maybe I got that mixed up with a different player. But either way, you have however many players go ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Jared Goff, who was cast away, ends up turning this guy into an all-pro. But it wasn't just Jared Goff, right? That's going back to what Dan Campbell said at breakfast yesterday. You have to do what you say you are, right? If you're going to talk a big game, you need to go back it up. Well, how does Amon-Ra St. Brown back it up? He goes out and he gets an all-pro. He's leading the league in, whether it's receptions or yards, and finishes in 3rd place or whatever in 2023. I think it was 3rd place. And how does he back it up? Every single day at practice, 202 balls on the jugs machine. He doesn't care that if he just put 300 yards in one game. 202 balls every day that I'm at practice. And who knows what he's doing in his off time. But that's what he's doing in front of everybody else. And Isaac Tisla, when he came in last year, what was the first damn thing that he did? Well, maybe not the first, but
Catch a touchdown versus Green Bay game 1.
But he goes and he starts catching balls with Amon-Ra St. Brown after practice. Because that's what he wants to do. He wants to model his game like the best.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see an explosion in his talent this year. But that's how you back it up. I like where Dan Campbell's mentality is this season. He said something that. Oh, actually, before I get into that, were you good on this topic, or do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I have a question for you before we move on.
Okay, go for it.
So you were talking about the grit and stuff that Dan Campbell was talking about.
Yeah.
Now, do you seriously think that we lost something last year? Like last year didn't have the grit. And if we did, why? Is it player based, coaching based, all of the above? What happened last year that we lost that sense of grit? Because it sounds like he's trying to get back to what we had in 23.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of said 2 months ago or whatever, in the season ender, he said that he wants to get back to 22 and 23 a little bit, and that was starting with the competition, bringing in competition at every position. You heard me all last season. I mean, I was saying probably from week 4 or 5 on that something was different about this team, and we're not the same. It's something's missing. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the locker room. I don't know if it's the coaches. I don't know if it's the playbook. I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't in the room, so I couldn't get a feeling, but I had a feeling sitting right here that something was off. And honestly, going back to training camp, I didn't notice anything off in training camp. Like, I thought they were practicing pretty hard, and I thought they were doing all the right things. But we don't know the rest of it. Something was missing. Now, to your question, did we lose the grit? I think we lost a sense of urgency. I don't know if the players necessarily lost the grit, but that is such a wide open question. I mean, I could give you probably 10 answers. I would say that coaching was a major flaw with Johnny Moe, and then that infected the locker room because now you have players and coaches not getting along, most likely. You have Johnny Moe kind of calling out offensive linemen and then not targeting Jamison Williams for whatever reason. David Montgomery is not getting targeted. I kind of feel like now looking back at it today, I kind of feel like there was too many eyes, not enough, T's. You know what I'm saying? Like There was too many guys that wanted the football and not enough team-oriented guys that were saying, look, I just want to win and whatever we have to do to win, because David Montgomery should have never had a bad attitude or been disgruntled in his workplace because he wasn't getting the touches. If we were winning football games and his touches were diminished, then at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I do believe that David Montgomery supported his team, but that was almost immediately, as Dan Campbell has said just recently, immediately after the season ended, like that was a done deal. Like he was going to be on his way out. So I think there was too many eyes, and I'm not saying that these players don't deserve it because this is their livelihood, man. I mean, it's like, if I was in a sales position and I'm, leading a group of, guys and ladies across the country or whatever, and I keep giving the best leads, to the same individual and they keep crushing it. Well, eventually people are going to get fed up with that. Like, hey, can't I get a layup every once in a while? I'm working just as hard, but you're giving me all these C tier leads and he's getting all the double A's. Like, come on, help a brother out. I got kids to feed too. So I get it. I understand it. And I just think that Dan now is wanting to get back to where they were in 22, which was we don't have an identity as far as me, I get the ball. No, it's we need to do it. And we're going to show that by bringing in competition. And everybody's job is on the line. Everybody. Don't be comfortable. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. I think that's where Dan's going this year. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, but there were some things that happened last year, like Amon-Ra St. Brown and JMO. Between those two, they led the league led the NFC North in drops for the most drops of any wide receiver duo in the NFC North. And then just weird coaching decisions. And it just seemed you could feel something was off all season. It started with the first game. The very first game, something felt...
teeth kicked in.
Yeah, it felt different. It felt weird. It just... We didn't have that bully mentality where we're going to kick your ass. It was, we're here. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see them get back to the spirit that they had before. I would really love that.
So I would like to know, obviously, in the comments later and in the chat right now, just a simple question. What was missing from the 2025 Lions team?
Well, and like another thing, the Lions for the first 8 weeks have a top 5 defense, and then they fell off a cliff for the second half of the year. What happened there? Was that coaching? Was that players? Was that,
Well, injuries. I mean, obviously,
I know we had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, injuries are a big part of that. And, we actually were not playing extremely well in the first few weeks as far as against the run game. It wasn't until about week 8 or 9 that I think we finally started to get really close to 20 points per game allowed. And then I said it, I'm like, man, we're almost there. We're going to be there in the next couple of weeks, couple of good games, and we're right there. And then it flipped. Yeah. It went the other direction. And that's not good. So have to get back to 22 and 23. And I understand now, what Dan, at least I think I understand what Dan Campbell means by all of this. Where he wants this team to get back to is the no I mentality. This is a team that we together need to go win. And, when you kind of look back at it, it makes you wonder, I guess, at least for me, where did it go wrong? What was the straw, if there was a straw that broke the camel's back in this situation? Because Dan Campbell said, to a degree that they kind of, I hate to put words in his mouth, so paraphrase here, kind of coasted a little bit, maybe in 24 and 25, because they kind of got to the top of the mountaintop. They didn't get over, but it's almost like, okay, all right, we got our guys now, and we brought in some new guys. We know who we are. We know that our core is good, and they didn't necessarily need to add a whole bunch in 24 and 25, but were they as aggressive as they should have been in the draft? Were they as aggressive? I think they were aggressive just fine in free agency. Like, I don't think that was a problem at all. And to be honest, I think the draft picks were pretty good, but maybe you could have been a little bit more aggressive in certain areas. But that's hindsight. That's knowing now the way the draft fell. And I would say ahead of the draft, you couldn't have told me that there was a better option really there until after you watch the season unfold. But were they as aggressive as they needed to be on the field? Yeah, of course. I mean, Dan's been aggressive, but that's not what I'm talking about. I think that you need to have an aggressive mentality as a GM and a coach too. That doesn't mean spending $30-40 million, which is, let me transition to that real quick. I mentioned this last night, and I take it, it's a moment of pride and validation and victory that, both you and I, Eric, have stood here and said is not going to happen. It doesn't make sense. The philosophy doesn't line up. The way that this team drafts, the way that they bring in free agents, it's been the same since 2021. But I took it a step further. I asked my intel, like, was there any legs to this at all? Period. Is Max Crosby even on the radar? Is Myles Garrett? Is Trey Hendrickson? Like, where are we? And the answer was no. And the other answer was Tyler Linderbaum. And yesterday we heard from Dan Campbell say that there was two centers that they were going to, that those were the two, Tyler Linderbaum and Cade Mays. So we know that at least to some degree that the Lions were wanting to bring in Tyler Linderbaum if it was possible, right? And then on the flip side of that, Rod Wood was asked a couple of questions, one being, about the philosophy of spending money in free agency, and definitively says that they were never involved in going after Max Crosby. And so my question this morning to the chat was very simple. Do you believe, and I don't know if you guys got it right, like I don't know if you understood my question, because that poll should have been the other way. When a lot of negative or toxic or clickbaity type media is published, whether it's video or written, and it's Brad Holmes has a deal lined up for Max Crosby. Oh, but Terrion Arnold screwed it all up. Well, that was never a thing. And how do we know that was never a thing? Well, because yesterday Dan Campbell told everybody this was never a thing for us. Even as a month ago, Terrion Arnold was never a thing for them. At least that's what Dan is saying. So you're going to have to trust the guy, right, that's telling you for the last 5 seasons, in my opinion, pretty transparent truth about everything that this team is doing. But if they didn't have any real belief that TA was in any real trouble, then that wouldn't have screwed up any sort of a trade. So it didn't exist, right? But it's that kind of stuff. Here's what happens. I'm going to spend 60 seconds on it and I'm done with it. If every day, during the hottest part of free agency, to trade deadline, whatever, even in the draft, if I were to print something that said, Lions must do this or else. Lions must do this or else. And then you start getting attention from people that feel the same way, or you've made them feel a certain way. You've trained them to feel a certain way. That toxic energy that it's a known method of delivering, whether it's sales, right? And how you work with people, you key in on the things that get them going. If it's negativity, you key in on the negativity, right? If you got a hole in your roof, it needs to be fixed, right? So what's the negativity? It's the hole in the roof. So I'm going to keep pounding that hole in the roof. And I'm going to tell you how that hole in the roof is going to ruin your couch, your carpet, your TV, and the insulation throughout the entire home, because the water travels everywhere, and then your drywall and your paint, your wife's painting. And so now it's like that freaking hole is ruining my life. Well, same thing with edge. We don't have an edge opposite of Aiden. That is why we're losing games, right? We don't have an edge on the opposite of Aiden. That is why we lost the championship in 2023. We don't have an edge opposite of Aiden. That's why we went 15-2 and couldn't beat the Washington Commanders. You see where I'm going with this? Like, if I continue to paint that narrative every single day and then I spin it and say, but Brad Holmes didn't do anything to help the situation. Brad Holmes is the one responsible. Brad Holmes blew up the deal. Brad Holmes had a deal in place, but he pulled it back. Brad Holmes. When you start tying those things together, eventually what happens is you're creating a negative connotation over somebody's head. And that's Brad Holmes. And so toxic media, again, it is a known way to generate buzz. It is a known way to generate money, clicks, funneling. You prey on, if you don't think, and you guys know this, your phone listens to everything that you talk about. I'll say something like I'll talk about an invention or an idea and to Megan or whomever, and literally the next day I'll have shit on my phone that's telling me about this product or service or whatever that I was just talking about, right? So your phone knows everything you talk about. Everything you type. AI knows everything that I type on my computers. I had no idea it was tracking that. I don't even know how it's tracking it, but it knows everything about me, my businesses, and everything. So companies pay for that information. They know what gets your goat, man. And so if these companies pull that information and they say, well, what are the most talked about things among the Lions fan base right now? What's the most negative energy out there? Well, it's Edge, opposite of Aiden. You're going to write a lot of shit about Edge, opposite of Aiden. You're going to do a lot of content about Edge, opposite of Aiden. And eventually what happens is Brad Holmes gets the target on his back because he didn't bring you an Edge, opposite of Aiden. Those are the things that I can't stand about media. And it used to be used in a good way. It used to be used in a way to deliver the goods and services that you needed, right? The things that you wanted. Now it's used as a weapon to deliver the things that you don't want to have happen. Why? Because you're going to click. Because it gets you pissed off, right? It gets you going. So anyway, that was how the question was supposed to be framed. Like, do you feel the more this stuff is printed and then you find out that it never existed, was fake, was false, a lie, fabricated, allegedly, then is that artificially making Brad Holmes look like the monster? And it is.
Yes.
It really is.
Yeah, I got two things about this. Sure. So it's coming out now that a lot of this is fake. It's all made up BS about Trey Hendrickson, about Max Crosby, about Dan and Brad fighting and having infighting inside the building. It's all coming out as a bunch of hullabaloo. It's not real. It's just made up drama. And I happened to be scrolling through X while Will was talking, and I found a great tweet that I would love to read right now. So this is from Jeremy Reisman, and he's talking about another tweet from Edward Monday. Okay. And this is what he says. He says, I think we're all in agreement there. Lions fans could certainly use some good news these days. The vibes have been off. And this is what he was talking about. Edward Monday wrote, man, this season effing sucks. This offseason. Every headline is more bad news, Decker drama, TA drama, now Frank Ragnow drama. There was like a 2-year stretch where I felt really good about almost everything this team was doing, and now the reek is starting to accumulate again. I hate it. Well, I hate it too. Will hates it too. And it has been this whole last season because we only won 9 games. We didn't win 12 games. We didn't win 14 games. We didn't win 15 games. So everyone's piling it on this whole offseason, the last season, about midway through to all the way to now. This whole offseason has reeked like something rotten.
So hold on, time out. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but who wrote this thing that you just read?
So a guy named Edward Monday wrote the whole, man, this offseason sucks.
Okay, and so Reisman reposted this?
Yeah, he reposted it and he was talking about it and he says, I think we're all in agreement there. Lions fans could certainly use some good news these days. The vibes have definitely been off,
But why? Well, why have the vibes been off, Eric? You know the answer. It's because
I know the answer.
There's a certain faction of people that publish written articles online and create digital content on YouTube and other platforms that's their goal is to sow and divide.
Well,
Plant
I think
the
what
seed,
happened,
watch it grow. Right? That's what they do.
I think one of the things that has happened is if you go to like Facebook or X or Instagram, there are all these fake accounts from other countries that post all these fake things. So one of them will write, "Oh, the owner of the Detroit Lions dies today," and whatever, and it's completely, totally fake with a fake article. You click on the article and they get you with their whatever. And so they're trying to get clicks. They're trying to get everybody to get on there real quick and make money off of people posting, "Oh, this is crap, this is fake," whatever. Even if you post on it whatsoever, they're making money, right? So what has some of the I don't want to call them local writers, but some of the media has been like, "Oh,
that works.
That's working for them.
Yep.
I think that could work for me." And then if
just look at heavy.com. It's every day. It's the same crap.
But then if you look, if one of them does not like that Brad didn't take the player that they wanted in the draft, well, then everything for the rest of that season is, "Oh, Brad did this wrong. Oh, Brad did that wrong."
And they pin it to that one thing.
Yeah, this is all Brad's fault. We didn't take an edge. Oh, we didn't take an offensive tackle. We didn't take a guard. We didn't take a center. He knew that we needed this. And, there's no way to know that Frank Ragnow is going to retire in June. They have no.
Well, okay, so I get it. Look, they could have pushed the envelope with Frank Ragnow. I'm not even going to go down that road. They could have, right? And they could have pushed the envelope a little bit harder with Taylor Decker, but, it was before this press conference. It was before Taylor Decker. It was at the combine, that they said, yeah, we're giving him plenty of time, but to your point, you just hit the nail on the head. It's whenever we lose a game, and let's say we didn't have our best defensive output, and maybe we didn't get a bunch of sacks or a bunch of pressures or whatever the case may be, right? These certain individuals will then re-hone their target on that game and this moment in this play and say, see, if we would have had Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, Jalen Phillips, somebody else other than this person, well, we would have won this game. And you know what? That is such BS because you don't even know if said person would have even been healthy enough to be in that game. You don't even know if said person would have been in on that play given, was it a base down? Was it a nickel down? Like, what was it? You don't even know if that individual been in on that play. You don't even know if they would have ran towards that individual or if that individual would have had an opportunity to get in on that play. So that's the type of uneducated drama, rage bait, bullshit that is just, it drives me nuts. And I know it drives a lot of other people nuts. And I know that we shouldn't even really be talking about it because it's kind of giving them more validation, right? That they can get the fan base riled up. And that's their only focus. They want to get you riled up because they're going to get clicks. They're going to make money. I get plenty of clicks. I do fairly well in life. I don't need to do that. I know that when you look at the majority of NFL media, from some of the best to do it, they don't thrive on negativity, right? You have the Stephen, what's his name? Stephen A's of the world that lived in that circus media of driving the edge. I don't mean edge player. Driving, the edge or going to the edge with everything. It's amplified. It's acting. It's electric. It's engaging. It's debating. It's arguing. It's hot takes. Remember, hot takes have been around for decades, by the way. It wasn't just existed 2 years ago. I don't know who thinks that, but so I guess some people think that. So that's Stephen A's bucket, right? Now, back in the day, people used to say I was the Caucasian version of the Stephen A because I always had these crazy good takes or I was bantering back and forth with people, but I was bringing education. I was bringing research. I wasn't just spewing inconsistencies. That's changed a little bit because I don't feel like it's totally necessary. I mean, there's a place, there's a time for everything. And I see the majority of media doing very well without having to go down that road because it's the people that want to be educated, that want to know more about their team, that want to know that they're going to a place that actually knows what the hell they're talking about. It doesn't matter if we won or lost the game and that you're going to peddle just one position is the reason why. I could point to 5 or 6 reasons why we lost the game easily in every game. Matter of fact, I could probably point to 22 reasons why in every game as to why we lost. It's never one position. You're never one player away. And just because maybe it came down to a player or two, well, that's usually not just the same player. It usually has something to do with how many injuries did you have that caused that play to happen or allowed that play to happen. There's so much more to this game than what meets the eye, and I get it. Not everybody understands the game. Not everybody understands or knows what the difference is between, a 3-3-5 and a 4-2 or a 4-3 base or a 3-4 base. Like, not everybody understands that stuff. And you don't really have to be a football fan. But I think that you need to when you start to make excuses or call people out for doing their job and not doing their job well, according to some people, when you can't even articulate what the hell happened on that play. That's the problem that I have, Eric, is like people can't even articulate what is going on in the game, but they have these big opinions.
Yeah.
So, and look, I know, like for you, like you're not a big X's and O guy.
Nope.
But you don't necessarily have to be. You're an educated individual. You do plenty of research. You know your team. You listen to the right people. But you don't have to be. You don't have to be an X's and O guy, right? You don't have to be. But it's pretty tough to not be an X's and O guy and then jump in the bucket of an X's and O guy and spew a bunch of falsehoods. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do that. Like it just doesn't make sense. All right, what do we want to talk about next?
So I have another one in the NFC North. The Minnesota Vikings. They have a massive hole at defensive tackle because they released Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen in free agency. So they need a defensive tackle and they need one in a serious way.
Talk about the Vikings.
So could the Vikings be interested in one free agent that came from the Detroit Lions that is still unsigned, Mr. DJ Reader? Could they stick it to their rival, the Detroit Lions? Signing Reader, that would probably strike a nerve with Lions fans.
Well, he did visit the Packers and the Ravens. I haven't heard about a visit to the Vikings just yet.
Yeah.
But
could they be interested for the right price? I kind of think they would, depending on how the draft goes.
I think it depends on your defense. The Vikings are a base 3-4, so.
But the Vikings, they struggled against the run last year, allowing the 12th most rushing yards per game, 124.1. And Reader is widely established as one of the league's best run stuffers. And they think that he would immediately shore up the middle of their defense.
Well, as a nose tackle, yes. I mean, he's not extremely great against the run. He's just a clogger, man. I mean, he's a plugger. He's a hole plugger. He's going to take on double teams. He's a big wide body. So yeah, but I don't see it as a fit. And the reason why is the Minnesota Vikings like speed, versatility, and they have a very unique defense. So if they continue on with the same defense that they've been rolling, which is rush 8 and drop 8, or any combination thereof, they rely on speed. However, I'd have to go back and look at some film. I'm not so sure that their nose tackle is all about speed in that scenario, because you might want a two gap plugger to be able to allow other guys to get frees. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I kind of think they need a big DT, somebody that can clog the hole and stop the run. Because if they're giving up that much on the ground all the time, except for the Detroit Lions, didn't they shut us down on the run both games we played them? I'm pretty sure they shut Jameer pretty much down.
You're asking me to remember something. I've slept a few times.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they shut us down, because those two games against Minnesota were our worst games of the year.
Which I still don't get, man. Like we had their number, and I mean, I guess I do get it. Our secondary was trashed, and when your secondary is gone, and that's the other thing that I'll never understand. And I want to comment on something that you said earlier. You made a very good point, and it's something that I've said multiple times myself. When you are a talking head, a content creator, a writer, journalist, publicist, whatever it is, right? And you put out a take, you put out a prediction, and you say, I think the Lions would be a much better team if they went out and got Trey Hendrickson. I think the Lions would be a much better team if they went out and got Miles Frazier. I think the Lions would be a better team if they went out and got Jalen Phillips. Whatever, right? Name any edge. And you don't get that player. But it's not just this year, 2026. It's last year. It's the year before. It's the year before that. It's the year before that. You could go back 5 years. It's been the same thing over and over and over again that is said by the same individuals, and it never turns out to be in their favor, instead of just saying, I was wrong. And you know what? The Lions had a wonderful season. They didn't need that player. Brad got it right. It's hard to raise your hand and be a man and kind of swallow your pride a little bit and say you were wrong. If I'm wrong about something, I think you guys know me by now, I'm going to say I'm wrong. I'll fight you tooth and nail, I'll debate it tooth and nail, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm okay with that. At 45 years old, there's nothing that stands in my way from saying that I'm wrong about something. So if research was wrong, so what? But you know what? Our research has been pretty solid. And I think that's another part of it too. It's like, I think because I've gotten so many different things right that I feel like some people just have a vendetta, whether it's against me or whatever, that they have to try to always one up you or try to drive a narrative just to try to make somebody else look bad. Now, maybe I'm way off base in my thinking with that, but I just don't understand why people just can't say, you know what, I think Brad got it right. Yeah, our secondary was terrible. And for someone to even think that you don't need secondary for pass rush, Football for Dummies 101, it's on Amazon, I think. Like, you need to get it because you need a good secondary. Go look at the Patriots. Go look at the Seahawks. As a matter of fact, interesting transition this year and transition off that point. The Jets, I'm pretty sure they were a 4-3 last year, and they're moving into a 3-4 this season. They brought in Trevonde Sweat. That tells me all I need to know. And based on the players that they brought in this year, it sure as hell looks like they're going to a 3-4 this season. Now, why would it be that Aaron Glenn, who runs the 4-3 man base defense all the time, now switching to a 3-4? Why would he be doing that? Go look at the Patriots. Go look at the Seahawks. They ran a lot of nickel looks. They ran a lot of big safety looks, and that's exactly how they were able to generate more pass rush. And guess what? It wasn't necessarily just the defensive ends, right? You got a left or a right defensive end. Some defenses are different. They might be a 3-4, but they may only have one defensive end. Nose tackle, defensive tackle. Those two-letter acronyms or whatever you want to call them, abbreviations, they mean something. It's a style of player. It's what they're supposed to do on any given down, who they are, how they're built. So I'm pretty sure the Jets are going 3-4. And that kind of shakes up this draft a little bit. So a lot of teams are going to a 3-4. I think the Lions are going to have a modified 3-4 look. They're not going to be a 3-4 defense, but I think they'll have a modified 3-4 look. And it's because they realize, and I think every team realizes, you need a great secondary to have a great pass rush. You can't have one without the other. You can't have a great secondary sometimes without a great pass rush. They feed off each other. And if they're both having a bad day, well, then you're just screwed. But so is every other team. So interesting seeing that, there's some possible moves by Aaron Glenn. Like, that's unexpected. He's been running the 4-3 forever. Earlier you mentioned something about wins and losses. You said, the Lions went 9-8, and it just got me thinking. 9-8 used to be, well, one, we never used to have it because we had 16 games, right?
But 9 wins in a season used to be a standard that we would friggin' kill for.
Well, yeah, and back then it was 9-7, and 9-7 would get you into the playoffs often. You would be a wild card most likely if you were 9-7, and so the Lions last year, they finished 9-8, but so did the Vikings. The Packers were 9-7-1. And so did 16 other teams finish below that. So when you go and you look at where the Lions finished, you have Packers at 9-7-1, Lions, Vikings, Falcons, Ravens, Panthers, Colts, Bucks, Cowboys, Dolphins, Bengals, Chiefs, Saints, Browns, Commanders, Giants, that's 16, Cardinals, Raiders, Jets, Titans. That's 20 teams that finished 9-7-1 or 9-8 or less last season. So 12 teams had a better record. And out of those 12 teams, only one team finished 10-7, and that was the Steelers, and 3 teams finished 11-6. One of them was the Bears. So it wasn't a terrible season that we were better than, 2/3 of the league. It's not where we want to be, but a couple of those games go a different way, and you're winning the North again. We were literally 2 games shy.
We were 1 play away from being 10-7 and the Steelers being 9-8. 1 play, the last play of the game, when the ref put his arms up and said the touchdown counts, and then they took it off for some other thing. God, that game still rubs me the wrong way. Being there and in person and not knowing what's going on. They put the score up on the board. You think you won the game, and then they take it away on some weird.
Yeah, dude, that was weird.
Hey, Vegas, the fix is in.
So Mr. Thomas in the chat, he says, but we lost to our division. That's why we were in last place. So
yeah,
I
we
understand that.
The Vikings twice and the Packers twice.
But let me clarify something. It doesn't matter if you beat your division. It only matters if you beat your division for tiebreakers. Whoever has the best overall record wins the division.
Yeah.
So that's how it starts. You could lose to your division and beat every other team on your schedule. Right?
And that's happened.
Yeah. And so you could still end up in the playoffs and you could still win your division. It's rare, but it can happen. So I want to make sure we're clear on something. You don't have to necessarily beat your division to win your division. Only if you tie with someone in your division from a record standpoint that the division schedule then matters. I hope I'm making that clear as mud.
Yeah.
All right, I got 20 questions. We still got a lot to get into today. Let me get into some of these questions here. Now, some of this stuff is like I'm trying to press on people's knowledge right now. Did they actually pay attention to yesterday? Did they pay attention to last night when I was on? Have you paid attention the last couple of weeks? So
I'm doing my stuff for the show today, and I'm sending stuff to Will, and he's like, "I'm live right now."
Yeah,
I'm like, "Oops,
Eric wasn't paying
attention." I didn't even know. So I turned it on and listened to it while I was doing.
Eric doesn't even have notifications. I'm just kidding. Turn notifications on. All right,
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's question number 1. This is about the Detroit Lions. Actually, I'll skip that question. Let me go to question number 6. Who is the current head coach of the Chicago Bears following the 2025 season?
Ben Johnson.
That's an easy one. Ben Johnson. Okay. Which key receiver did the Bears recently trade to the Buffalo Bills?
DJ Moore.
DJ Moore. All right. Who did the Packers trade to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for a 2027 4th-round pick?
Gary.
Rashawn Gary. This one you probably won't know, but let's give the chat a little bit of time to answer these.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure everybody knows these, but let's give the chat a little bit of time to answer these, and then I'll come back for the answer.
All right.
So put your answer in the chat. Put your answer in the comments later. The bot will end up selecting winners. We're at the end of the month, so our monthly giveaway will be done today. The more comments we have in videos and live streams, the chat helps, but it's the comments. That's where we need the action. That's where the bot is instructed to go find a winner. Which former Pro Bowl edge rusher was recently acquired by the Lions in a trade with the Cleveland Browns? I'll give you guys a couple of minutes on that, or 90 seconds, actually. So we're just taking a quick break here, doing some questions here. This is kind of like a warm-up to a trivia.
Can you repeat your question?
Repeat the question. Which Pro Bowl edge rusher was recently acquired by the Lions in a trade with the Cleveland Browns?
We traded with the Cleveland Browns?
May not be this year.
Oh, okay.
Eric, you got an answer?
I do not.
Zadarius Smith.
Ah, there we go. Couple
All right, next question. Which veteran offensive lineman did the Lions release recently, sparking, well, debate, but the tackle shuffle?
easiest one ever.
All right, let me grab my dog while that's going. Hold on.
There, K Bazaar got it. Edge is not the answer, got it. Pretty simple one with Taylor Decker. Oh, man. And if any of you guys follow me on social media, you saw that I made a post about Taylor Decker yesterday and how I said, this is a business. So I don't think the Lions owe him anything.
All right, did you get the answer?
A phone call or anything. Yeah, Taylor Decker.
There you go. Okay.
Jeff back is somebody foot.
All right, so Dan Campbell had a major announcement yesterday regarding this year's, I'm just going to say schedule, because if I say the different word, I think it'll give it away. What did Dan Campbell announce that is going to change this season, this summer? What is going to change? What is a big change in our schedule this summer?
Another easy one. Jeff Backus was awful, Mr. Thomas, but Backus was pretty good.
That's because he played for that one school.
Edge is the answer. Got it.
There you go. No joint practices. No joint practices. All right.
Now, do you think that Dan Campbell sat down at the end of the year and was like, the F word really loud? Why are we getting so many injuries? What's going on? I have to change something. I'm doing something wrong that we're getting all these injuries. We're so close every year, and then we get injured, and then everything gets derailed. 3 years in a row now. It's just injury, injury, injury. How do we solve this? Do you think that's the first piece of that puzzle? You know, we got a bunch of new, not physical therapists, but the trainers this year. We got a new lead trainer, physical trainer, and Now you're seeing no joint practices. Are you going to see some different stuff in training camp? Are you going to see a different type of practice? Are you going to see less physicality during the week when we get down to our final 53 and our practice squad and we're having practice during the week? Do you think we're going to see a little less physicality so these guys can last through the season?
So I kind of went through this the other day. The Lions have 14 padded practices through the entire season, regular season. 14, of which 11 of them have to be used by week 11. So after week 11, you have 3 practices left. That's it. I don't think that 14 padded practices are the reason why the Lions are getting injured. That's 14 practices inside, or 11 practices inside 3 months. That's 1 a week. Barely. Okay. So
well,
I
what
don't.
about the one guy a week that gets hurt every Wednesday?
But that's not happening. So your question, your question was more so joint practices, right?
Yep.
Well, it just so happened I did a little research on this before. New York Giants, 2024. Jahmyr Gibbs had a hamstring injury. I don't know how long he was out for, but I don't think that happened during the Giants, dual practice or joint practice either. Terrion Arnold, he had a upper body injury in 2024 that was also during the Giants joint practice. Ennis Rakestraw had an ankle injury during the physical sessions of the joint practice with the Giants in 24. Amon-Ra St. Brown exited the practice in 2024 against the Giants. And Jamison Williams had a hamstring injury at the joint session in 2023. So in 2023, you had 2 injuries. In 2024, you had 3 injuries. Jahmyr Gibbs, though, I don't think really started with the New York Giants joint practice. 2025 was Josh Pascal, but he was already down for the year.
Yeah.
He was already done. And
nobody got hurt during that Texans thing, because I remember who the center there, Glasgow. I remember him walking off, holding his knee during that joint practice.
Let's put it this way. You're gonna have bumps and bruises and nicks and cuts in every practice. And if it's not, Graham Glasgow and I believe Sione Vaki both had something happen. But it's not like if you're not going up against the Giants, well, you're going up against your own team. There's still joint practices in practice. It's just blue versus white, silver versus blue, black versus white. That's a bad analogy. You get the point. You've got blue jerseys and you got white jerseys. It's the same team. So it doesn't matter if it's a joint. The difference, I think the physicality is probably amped a little bit because it's a different team. Dan Campbell said he made this decision because he felt like there was a regression in the quality of the practice. And he felt that they would get more out of the practice had it just been their own guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, if you remember,
I think it makes sense.
I think it was when we got Avante Maddox. He came in and was like, "Man, I just got off the Eagles team that won the Super Bowl, and
they don't practice like that.
They don't practice like this. This is nuts." Well,
what he was saying is wrap tackling and actually tackling and finishing to the ground that they don't do that. And I would say that if you're not practicing like you're going to play, you're probably going to miss some tackles. I think that I love analytics and statistics, and this is another good. Let me write this down. I'm going to send it to the guys over there. This is another good thing to look at. How many physical practice teams that hit and tackle have a better tackling percentage than the teams that don't. Now, I get it. You're going to say, well, the Eagles won a Super Bowl. Okay, that doesn't mean that they don't have a high missed tackle rate. I think it's all relative. I think you need to practice like you play. Graham Glasgow had a lower leg injury, and if you remember, I believe that was during he got his foot stepped on. Remember, initially it came out like he had a lower leg injury, like major low, and he got his foot stepped on. That could happen anywhere. You know, you can get cleated at any point in time. Vaki left practice about halfway through the session, did not return, and I'm not sure what happened there, but
that was right in front of me, and he was holding his groin. They were working on it. We didn't know if it was a groin or a knee or what it was. Something with a leg.
This is with the Texans last year.
Yeah. Because I think we did it with the Texans, then we did it with the Dolphins. We had a couple of joint practices last year.
So, for instance, remember last year they instituted the Hutch rule, where Aiden Hutchinson had at least 2 Hutch rule sacks on the day, though in general, the Texans' offensive line did a better job on him than Miami's did during those two joint practices. But it's stuff like that, like the Hutch rule. Let him finish, because if he doesn't finish, he may not finish in a game. And just because he gets close doesn't mean he's going to get you down. It happens all the time that players get close and quarterback squirts out or the running back squirts out because you took a bad angle, you didn't wrap up, whatever it was. And I think all that stuff is necessary. Look, an injury is going to happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. All right, a couple more questions here. All right, who is expected to move from right tackle to left tackle for the Lions following Taylor Decker's departure?
Say it one more time.
Who is expected to move from right tackle to left tackle following Taylor Decker's departure?
DJ Waddle.
All right, what's the answer?
Penesul.
All right, now let's clarify, because there was some troll yesterday on Twitter that like for some reason they love to like bookmark or screenshot things that I say to then try to use it against me later. And I had to shut it down quickly because this guy Brandon put out something about, when you make a move like this, or if you move right to left, and what I've said on this channel many times is that if you do move Panay from right to left, and you do put someone less experienced in it right, let's say Giovanni Manu, that individual, if he's not having, a perfect season and still making mistakes, still learning, at least it's in front of your quarterback's eyes. You can see it coming. Now, and I just said this yesterday, last night, but I think I said it last week as well, that when a defensive end is crossing the face of a tackle and going between the C and the B gap, like that one's pretty hard to escape anyway. It's just when they're wrapping around, you can see it happening. You can step up in the pocket and you can then squirt yourself through the C gap and get out there and make a player throw it away, right? Well, someone had to, they screenshotted and said that, I said that Panay would never move to left tackle. Well, here's the news flash, y'all. Panay is not at left tackle yet. All Dan Campbell said is, I would like to move Panay to left tackle. He didn't say he is going to left tackle. He also said that he expects Panay will be ready and he will have some issues, but he'll get it worked out, and said, I wouldn't even be surprised if he's already working on it. So the move hasn't been made. There is no move that we haven't even been to week 1. We haven't even been to an OTA or anything yet. So we can't say right now that Panay is our left tackle. We can't say that because the move hasn't been made. I think it only gets made if the Lions don't end up with a left tackle in the draft that they trust. Or they bring in a future left tackle that they start on the right side because it is a little bit easier. All relatively speaking anyway. It's a little bit easier because you can make some mistakes that the quarterback can see, and then you move that player to the left side. So after, their first year of getting their, cutting their teeth in, if you will. So there has been no move. There is no Penei Sewell on the depth chart at left tackle yet.
Well, you have to remember this time of year is subterfuge time. This is
it's smoke and mirrors, man.
This is smoke and mirrors time. What does this do by Brad and Dan both coming out saying, I don't see why we couldn't move Panay to left tackle. That'd be an obvious choice. We could do that, no problem. Why would he say that? So that opens up everything in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So anybody picking in front of us doesn't have to go, I don't want them picking this left tackle. I'm going to take him so they can't get him.
Right. Or, when Brad tries to move up or move back or whatever the case may be, look, teams aren't stupid. Right? They're not stupid. They know exactly what Brad and Dan are doing. All this is doing is getting the fan base to talk about it. But you know as well as I do that every team out there is saying, okay, moving Pineda left, really? You don't think that we don't think that you want a left tackle of the future? And there's very few in this draft. Very, very few, like less than 3 few. Yeah. I think that you use the word subterfuge. I don't know that I would use that. That's kind of that's a big word. But it's smoke and mirrors, man. That's all it is. It's you're trying to shift the eyes or the focus of everybody else away from left tackle and saying that you already have an answer. And they do have an answer. If they need to do it, they'll do it. And I've always been in agreement with that if you have to do it, you have to do it. But I don't want it to happen because I still feel like Dan said yesterday, there's going to be some hiccup time, It's going to take a minute. You've been playing in the same position for 5 years. Doesn't matter that you played the position in college. Like, that was eons ago. All right, a couple more questions. Nah, never mind. Oh, here's one. What reason did Matt LaFleur give for some of the team's struggles in 2025? This was interesting. What, if you watched any of the other media, like I'm not expecting everybody to get every answer right, of course, but this is an interesting one.
He's entitled to his opinion.
All right. Matt LaFleur said, do you know the answer?
I do not.
Get this. That some of the players were unhappy with their roles in 2025. I found that a bit enlightening, but it also sounds very similar to some of the situations that we have brewing in Detroit, with the Lions. That some of the players were not happy. So here's what he said. Here's a quote. LaFleur, without naming names, of course, called out a handful of players on the team's 2025 roster for a lack of buy-in. Specifically, and that could be some of the issue we had in Detroit last year, honestly, if I'm thinking about it now. He noted that some players were unhappy with how they were utilized last season, David Montgomery. Quote, if I'm being honest about it, there were some guys who were upset about roles last year, and I think that took a toll on our football team. So you need guys that bring great energy every day. I think from a coaching standpoint, role clarity is key. So we've got to obviously do a better job communicating with our players. He says, hey, here's your role. And if you're unhappy about your role, it's on you to do something about that to carve out a bigger role on this football team. So with players not having, I guess, the gumption to go out there and beat somebody for a better role, that's on them. I'll slow walk that to Montgomery. You didn't beat out Gibbs. I don't know that many players can. And therefore, his role was diminished. I also feel that his role is diminished because David Montgomery or Johnny Moe had this offense so screwed up, man. He had it so screwed up. And that is nobody's fault but Dan Campbell. So, very interesting, I thought. But we'll move away from the questions. I'm going to start putting questions like this together for trivia. We've been waiting and wanting to do this for a long time. We're going to get it done. We're going to do it once a week. And in the end of the month, we'll do winners. Again, go to the comment section of every video, of every live stream. Put your comments in. Put your answers in. Whether you got it right or wrong, or you just take the answer from what I just said, I don't care. Just put a comment in, and the bot is going to find you and pick a winner. I don't know who it is. He's going to pick a winner. So it's on him. I'm keeping it away from me. I like doing the wheel spins, and we'll still do wheel spins for things that matter, like jerseys. And we should be doing Isaac Tesla's next week. This is your last chance to get raffle tickets. If you haven't gotten them, get them, because Amon-Ra St. Brown's jersey goes live today. And once that goes live, we're going to be shutting down Isaac Tesla, and then we'll be rolling that one next week. Remember, members, mods, y'all get 2 for 1. So if you buy a $5 ticket, you get 2 spins, or you get 2 tickets for the price of 1. And everybody else gets 1.
So speaking of jerseys, the Detroit Lions, they're getting a new alternate jersey for the 2026 season and moving forward.
Before you say that,
Lions.
hold on. Before you say that,
yeah,
I forgot to finish one thing there.
Okay.
The reason why most of the mods are members, but this is why it helps to support the channel for, I think it's $2.99 a month. You get in the lowest tier of Lions Faithful. Not that that's a low tier, like that is a badass tier to be a part of. We appreciate everybody that is part of the Lions Faithful. But just $2.99 a month will save you $5 in just one raffle, just buying one ticket. So it's free. It's really free. It pays for itself. If you spend $8 a month, you get 2 raffle tickets and you're a member. And then now that we're getting the Discord that's going to be going here pretty soon, finding alternative ways to be able to do live breakdowns and film breakdowns without worry of the C word, that is going to be huge. It's going to give us a big opportunity to do more and do the things that I've promised that I wanted to do with y'all, in bringing in more people to do it as well. So my apologies, didn't mean to interrupt you. Please tell us what's going on with the Lions New Jersey.
Yeah, so Rod Wood, on his way out the door here, he announced that the Lions are going to have new rivalries jerseys. And so not only do I have to buy new jerseys for new players because we lost a bunch of the players that I already had, and all the rookies coming in, there's all sorts of new jerseys I'm going to be able to buy this year, including the new rivalries jerseys. And I'm really looking forward to these. The uniform design is inspired by the local community. Lions team president Rod Wood teased the look, saying it connects to their current uniforms, but adds a little wrinkle, he confidently stated. I know what it looks like, and I think fans are going to like it. Now, under the rules, the alternate uniforms must be worn during a home game and only against a divisional rival. So that's 3 opportunities per year maximum to wear these jerseys. And these are on top of the black jerseys, which are the alternate jerseys. So they're going to have that with the alternate helmet. Now, I do not know if these new jerseys for the what's it called? Rivalries jersey, if they'll have a rivalry helmet to go with it. So I don't know if we would get a new silver or white helmet to also go along with it. But they have not yet announced what specific games or game they will feature the new uniforms, because they are waiting for the official 2026 NFL schedule release. And one of the possibilities could be the Germany game. And they're talking that the Germany game that the Detroit Lions have asked not to play against the Green Bay Packers or the Vikings over in Germany. So if we get a home game against a rival in Germany, it will be against Chicago, and they may possibly wear the new rivalries over in Germany.
Is that game supposed to be against a division rival?
We don't know yet. So as soon as they announce it, but they have announced that it will not be the Packers and it will not be the Vikings. The only possible divisional game it could be is against Chicago.
And where do the Cowboys play this year? Are they overseas? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Do we even have the Cowboys in the schedule this year?
I don't think we play the Cowboys this year, no. I need to set the schedule as my background as soon as it comes out.
Yeah, I think it's like May 14 or 15 or whatever.
Yeah. Usually right after the draft. But I just thought that was really cool. More new jerseys to get. And we were talking before air about the new draft hats. Will was not the biggest fan of the new draft hats. I ordered both of them. So Friday they'll be here.
I mean,
so
I got to get one, but it's like, come on, man. Like all they did was take the that lion logo that is on, it's on one of their wall units. It has the big white border. Yeah, and then stuck a draft pin on it.
Yeah, and it's kind of puffy, it sticks off the hat. And then the 2026 draft pin is just a draft pin. So where last year we got a logo of a wheel on the pin, this year we just get the draft logo.
So we have the Falcons, the Bills, the Panthers, the Saints, the Bucks, the Patriots, the Jets. And I don't know if the Jets are going overseas, but I could see the Jets. I could also see where this is going to be an early game, like an early game in the season.
I think all the international games are in the first eight or 10 weeks.
Well, I'm hoping that it's week 8 or 9 if it goes to 10 weeks, and then we get a bye week. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we have a Thursday game. And then the following week, if the NFL's smart, this is how they would do it. You either play on Monday or Thursday, and then you have that whole next week to get across the pond. Now, are these games, do you know if they're on Thursday?
Most of them are Sunday mornings.
Okay, so then you got Sunday morning football game, and then you get a bye week. So that means that the Lions will play 2 games in 4 weeks. That's a smart way to do it.
Yeah.
That's a super smart way to do it. The Lions at some point, they got to start considering whether this Thanksgiving Day game is really worth it. I know traditionally, I would be heartbroken, but so anyway, we got the Cardinals, we got the Titans, we got the Giants, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Patriots, the Bucks, the Saints, the Panthers, the Bills, the Falcons. Like, dude, the more and more I look at this schedule, looking pretty good.
I love this schedule. 4th place schedule. Do not be surprised the Lions go from worst to first.
Oh, no, they will be. All right, so this is the St. Brown jersey. It's the salute to service. It's green.
I like that. I don't have one of those.
Yeah, it's just like my shirt here. It's green, and it's got the stitched backside. And then it has the same stitched logo right here that is on my shirt. And so this one is pre-purchased. It's an extra large. I might be able to get more, and then you got 2 more stitched patches here. I might be able to get more of these.
I just happen to wear extra large. I like that.
And sticker price. Will that
Whole
focus?
bunch. 149.
195.
Oh, there you go.
195. So yeah, we have to do at least $500 in sales. That's the goal. We want to, or 400. We got to double it up because I'm going to pay tax twice over.
Ooh. All right. Look at the chat for a second. Mike P sent you in something pretty awesome.
Oh, Big Mike P sent in a $20 super chat. There you go, buddy. Appreciate you, man. No message, just donating. Well, take that $20, turn around, give Mrs. P a big hug for me. All right, appreciate you, Mike P. As always. Let's get you set up with something. I think I forgot to put him in. Here we go.
That's a big time play.
Appreciate you, Mike P. All right, we've kind of wasted this whole day. Didn't even really get to anything I wanted to get to.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, there is. But, I wanted to go through a couple of things. Like, how long are you going to be on today?
11's pretty much got to be. I have to go down to Gaylord. And
then we got plenty of time then. So I wanted to, part of today is I wanted to go through the NFC North and kind of who's gotten better, who's gotten worse, through free agency. And so I guess I want to start with some of my defensive work, and I might just do one, and then maybe we'll jump into some mock drafts. I don't know which ones you did, but
so what I did is I did my first one. I just did the first round, and I just did it how I saw things actually going.
No, I'm saying the breakdown, the offense breakdown, the breakdown, for the team. So here's I'll just tell you. Well, here's what I did for the Bears.
Okay.
Kind of wanted to take a look at who got better in the NFC North, why, what happened, kind of how I see things lining up. And the Bears are obviously the most important team, in my opinion, right now, that the Lions have to contend with. I don't think that. Look, honestly, I'm not real impressed with the Packers, but they're going to be there. The Vikings, I'm not really worried about unless Kyler Murray has some crazy year. But I think the Bears potentially could be a problem, potentially. And I say potentially because they lost a lot. So the outlook for the Bears this year, Ryan Poles, Ben Johnson, they're trying to build that sustained heavyweight contender just like the Lions are. They're coming off an 11-win season, playoff victory, and then Johnson's imprint is clearly all over this franchise now, and a lot of what I see is very similar to how Dan and Brad have constructed their roster. Now, Ryan Poles was obviously doing a lot of work before Ben got there. He bought a lot of big-time players, spent a ton of money. Now you're going to start to see the draft start to pay off. We'll see if Ben Johnson is better, with Ryan Poles, or should I say that if Ryan Poles is better with Ben Johnson, and that you really won't know for 2 more seasons how their first draft, pulled together. Luther Burden was a great pickup, and he's obviously, in my opinion, the best pickup they had in that draft. So when you look at the shifting that really happened this year for the Bears, they went from, or toward, really, they're shifting the organization toward a highly physical, offensive first identity. And we'll see how much of that tracks this season. And I think a lot of that is going to depend upon what they do in this draft. Like where are they going to sink their eggs, if you will, or where are they going to put all their picks? The transactions and the personnel moves that really affected this team, it started right up front with some free agency signings. They brought in defensive tackle Neville Gallimore on a 2-year, $12 million deal. Kobe Bryant, which was my number one target for the Lions at corner, brought him in on a big-time 3-year deal. They also brought in Devin Bush, linebacker, 3-year, $30 million deal. And then Khalif Raymond, 1-year deal. Khalif Raymond, not impressed by what he said. Said that he wanted to go play with Ben Johnson because of his offense and how amazing it is to play with Ben Johnson's offense. and said no matter like what role you have, he will find a way to get you involved. So clearly, Cleve Raymond was not impressed last year with the Lions and felt like his role was diminished, and it is diminished. Like Cleve was edged out because of a rookie, and not only that, but Jacob Saylor started pushing him, and Tom Kennedy was pushing him in the return game. So I thought what Cleve said was kind of jab-like towards the Lions. So I'm not impressed, man. Like, Cleve he's a good player, but he's not great. But they lost a lot. So the Bears lost a ton. They lost defensive-wise. Linebackers, Tremaine Edmonds. Actually, let me roll down here. Since March 1st, that's what I went back to. I didn't go all the way back. But since March 1st, the Bears had a massive, calculated, but massive defensive exodus. So last year where they had a really good defense, what's going to happen this season? Because the official Spotrac ledger confirmed at least 10 defensive players have left this team, and a lot of them starters. They stripped out a unit with massive starting experience, so you're losing a lot of snaps. Defensive departures include linebackers, 2, Tremaine Edmonds and Jalen Reeves-Maben. Now, JRM, you can kind of put him in that bucket of still available, but he has not been re-signed by the team. He just hasn't been picked up by anybody else. Safeties, they lost 4. Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and Jonathan Owens. Defensive linemen, they lost 2, Andrew Billings and Chris Williams. Edge, they lost 2, Joe Tryon and Dominique Robinson. They have not resigned, and these players, again, are still available. Amin Agbangbemiga, cornerback Nick McLeod, and Jalen Reeves-Maben, who I believe, like I said, they're all available. I don't think any of them have been signed by anyone just yet. So really, that's 13 defensive players that they've now lost on their team. So in terms of the acquisitions and retention, what is this team going to look like this year? The Bears went out with a focused energy, I would say, on secondary and in trench control in free agency. They signed outside free agents, Kobe Bryant, safety, like I said, safety corner. He should be playing safety, I believe. Cornerback Cam Lewis. They brought in defensive tackle Neville Gallimore to ankle the interior, but these are not players outside of Kobe Bryant that I feel are upgrades over what they've lost. The Bears also brought back or re-signed several depth pieces, internal free agent cornerback Elijah Hicks and cornerback Jaylon Jones, outside free agents, defensive lineman Kentavious Street, defensive lineman James Lynch, and linebacker Jack Sanborn. Overall, the Chicago Bears defense got significantly worse on paper. They're losing rotational and starting defensive pieces, completely fractured the continuity of this unit. They've stripped away the pre-snap communication that Byard was in charge of, right? The sheer volume of box snaps that was handled by Edmonds and Brisker. And again, that creates a schematic void in the middle of this defense. It can't just be instantly repaired by the additions of Kobe Bryant and Gallimore alone. They're going to need more. Free agency's over. So it kind of points to this draft, like, where do they need more? Is it offense or defense? And being a defensive draft, it kind of points me in the direction that maybe the Bears are looking to, one, get a lot younger, which they did. They also got highly inexperienced because of the players that they lost at the second level. And they also lacked the verified production, like I said, by losing 13 defensive players, more than half of which had a lot of starting experience, required to survive this physical toll of the NFC North. It's a tough division. Whether 1, 2, or all of these teams make it to the playoffs, this division beats the hell out of each other. And I think the defensive line and the boundary cornerback positions benefited the most from the offseason capital allocations by Ryan Poles, but securing Gallimore really only provides immediate gap control, while Cam Lewis adds essential depth to the perimeter, but he's not a starter. And then I think the linebacker and safety rooms, they suffered the catastrophic losses probably the most. So you have the departing talent at the second and the third levels of this defense, which is your depth, And they are now what I feel is incredibly vulnerable over the middle of that field, lacking the necessary striking power against the run, which Tremaine Edmonds was pretty good at, right? But Kevin Byard, I mean, he was also great in the run. Looking at the 2026 NFL draft, I expect Chicago to aggressively target the second level and the safety position to kind of repair what they just gutted. If they're sitting and picking at 25, then I think that the Bears are going to start looking at targeting whatever linebacker is available, which on my chart, my first round chart, kind of where I got guys in a vertical, to a vertical degree, I don't think a linebacker is the pick there. Depending on what happens with the defensive tackle room or the defensive tackle prospects and or the safety prospects, I'm kind of leaning that you might see Tyleik Williams' buddy, McDonald, end up in Chicago. Or if Emmanuel McNeil-Warren somehow survives to 25, that's where he's going to be. If he gets past the Lions, if the Lions don't take him, and they don't take McDonald to pair up with Tyleik Williams, which I don't think is necessary right now, kinda. I think there's some availability later. I still like Cape Hart. I think the Bears are probably going to take interior defensive line or safety with their first pick. And moreover from that, again, if all else fails and someone slips big time, if they get a linebacker to slip, I just don't see the value in a lot of these linebackers at this point in the draft. Let me get my spreadsheet out. When I started grading the linebackers, I started breaking it down from overall to could some of them be an edge, and then where do they really belong? Are they 3-4 in, 3-4 out, 4-3 will, Sam, or middle? Where do they belong? And right now, C.J. Allen is my number one middle linebacker. He'll be available in the second round early. Jacob Rodriguez is my number 2, and he might even overtake Allen at some point, maybe in mock 3.0 for me. But for right now, he's the second best middle linebacker, second round. Sam linebacker, Sonny Styles is the number 1 Sam linebacker. Obviously, he's going to be gone in the first round. For the will linebacker, Arvell Reese would be the number 1 will linebacker, but I have him projected as being an edge at the next level, primarily in a odd front scheme. I don't see him playing in a 4-3. That's where he's probably going to end up a Jet. And then Anthony Hill, probably my 5th rated linebacker currently, and he'll be available, mid second round. So is linebacker really the answer? Maybe not. When you look at the Bears defense, I still think going to defensive tackle is probably going to make a lot more sense. But then if you start looking at the edge position, Reese will be gone. David Bailey should be gone. Well, then you got 2 other guys, maybe 3, maybe 4 other guys that could go in the first round. Malachi Lawrence, Akeem Messidor, Zion Young, and Keldrick Falk. If you want to get really good against Jahmyr Gibbs, you're taking Keldrick Falk. He has very low pass rush upside right now, but very high floor in the run game. So Keldrick Falk makes a lot of sense, and I have him somewhere in the first round. 25 is probably the starter where I think Keldrick Falk could come off the board. Again, he's got to make it past the Lions. If the Lions value that player from a run defense standpoint in low pass rush, then he's the exact model that the Lions look for out of a run stuffer for a defensive end. If you want speed and if you want agility and you want more pass rush, then you're probably looking at Malachi Lawrence or Zion Young. And I think that's kind of where the Bears are right now, is that's the type of player they're looking for. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went Malachi Lawrence or Zion Young at 25. And then last but not least, Akeem Messidor. He is just how do I say it? He's a wild card right now. I don't know where he belongs because he's a high floor player. He's coming in at 25 years old. He's going to immediately make a room better. He's only going to be there for 4 or 5 seasons, but he's someone you can plug in and play odd or even front. He's going to give you plenty of damage, on your opponent. So Akeem Messidor could end up in Chicago. But if I understand Ben and the way he's building and what they're trying to do, if they're trying to win now, you probably don't take Keldrick Falk because of the lack of pass rush. You probably don't take the linebacker because CJ Allen or Jacob Rodriguez, you don't necessarily need right now in the middle. And Sonny Styles, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, they're going to be gone. Anthony Hill has a long way to go, and CJ Allen is just really stiff. So that brings me back to edge. And I think if one of those three, Malachi Lawrence, Zion Young, or Akeem Messidor is available, that's probably what the Bears are going to take with their first pick and stick at 25. Thoughts, questions?
I had them taking Cassius Howell.
It's another good one. Why?
Well, they lost a couple of edge, and I think that is exactly what they want in the draft is an edge. I went on a few Bears social media things to look and see what fans were clamoring for and what they're taking in their mock drafts. And edge seemed to be the overwhelming position that fans and local media are talking about.
Edge?
Yeah, edge.
Seems
to be a popular topic for a lot of teams, not just the Lions.
Maybe that's a good idea. And now that I think about this, maybe you should approach this from the fan perspective, which you clearly did. I'll approach it just from the non-bias analytics perspective, because I think if we know two things to be true, it is highly unlikely that whatever the fans want, the GM's going to do. Right? So I think it's a great exercise because the fans intimately know their team.
Yeah.
The question is, do they understand where they are in a roster building standpoint? Because again, I look at the Bears and I see a team that is saying, look, we just had a really great season. We think that we can win in 2026. We need to retool and we need to get better in these areas. And these are the holes that we need to fill. And see, I don't know Ryan Poles. I don't know how he drafts. I'd have to go and analyze how he drafts. Like, is he a hole plugger? Is he a need filler, or is he a BPA guy? Or he's
a wild card?
Is he both? I don't know. I haven't studied him as much as I have Brad Holmes for obvious reasons. But I have to start to evolve myself. I have to get to intimately know all 32 teams and GMs and understand how they all draft. So what I do from an analytics side is I evaluate the roster like a GM. Well, my version of a GM. I evaluate the roster. I evaluate this upcoming schedule. I look at pending upcoming free agents. I look at what contracts are going to be coming due. What players are you going to have to re-sign? And that's how I approach it. I don't look at the fans. I don't really look at all the other mock drafts out there because then I get biased. I don't want that, and that's okay. Anyone can do it however they want. I just choose to do it the other way. So I evaluated the roster. And I kind of went through this the other night, like it was like a week or two ago. I just did a off the cuff. Let's just do a quick, all 32 round one. I deleted it because it was way long and boring. And that's literally what I do is I'll go in and start evaluating, from the roster, top to bottom. Matter of fact, I did it yesterday while I was waiting for the MRI. And, so I go in and I start making notes. I don't know if you can see that.
No, it's blown out.
Yeah, it's all washed out.
It's all white. Yeah, you'd have to get real close.
Come on. Oh, you really can't see it. I hate that. I should probably put the dark version on. Where is it? How do I turn that on this? There we go. Oh. How do I change the color of the writing?
So far, I've done 2 mock drafts for the Detroit Lions, all 7 rounds, and I've posted them online.
Mm-hmm.
My first one,
Still can't.
I had the Lions taking the super awesome tight end there, Sadiq. Yeah,
Interesting.
and people lost their minds over my mock draft.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they did something like that, but let's stick to the Bears for just one moment.
Yeah.
Okay. When I go in or not Bears, we'll just the breakdown. So when I started looking at the Jets, okay, I said, or I went and evaluated their roster, and I'm like, this is a 3-4 defense. Like, absolutely, this is a 3-4 defense. So I started looking at upgrades. Where do they need upgrades? So I started looking at, okay, Demario Davis, left inside linebacker. If you're looking for an inside linebacker, you can get one in the first, you can get one in the second, especially where they're picking. And then I looked at, age, how long have they been around? I think Demario Davis has been around 12 seasons. Still playing at a pretty good level, but come on, 12 seasons. Like, at some point, he's not going to play well anymore. And that could be this year. So I think that is for the Jets, again, I think that this is a point of emphasis as to why a Sonny Styles or an Arvell Reese makes so much sense for the Jets, more so Sonny Styles than Arvell Reese. Then I started looking at Dylan Parham, their left guard. He's atrocious. And if you're looking at trying to keep, Geno upright and or your future quarterback, which, newsflash, I think they might be taking Ty Simpson with their second first-round pick. And if they do that, I wouldn't be surprised, obviously. So I'm looking at Josh Myers, their center. And again, you can get a center in the second round. You could probably get a center in the third round. So I'm thinking, okay, so you don't need a center in the first round unless you're trying to take Maui Noah and turn him into a center, which is possible. And then there's some other, right tackles or even guards that, like you could turn into a center pretty easily. That's not how I would do it, but it's been done. PFF took Reese, right? I took Styles for the Jets because I'm looking at that linebacker. They have Osai. He has a 5-sack, fairly productive guy for the last couple of seasons. Demario Davis, again, getting older. I think it's time that you bring in a linebacker, and then if Sonny Styles needs a minute to collect himself, which I don't think he will, you can use him in all sorts of sub packages and anywhere on the field, really, from on the line or off the ball. So that's how I start breaking down. That's not everything I do, but from just looking at the roster, like, what do they need? How old are these guys? How are they playing? What have they done the last couple of years? What is their injuries? And most importantly, how much are these guys going to make this year, next year, the year after? And are they due for some sort of an extension? And what's weird, Eric, is when I go in and I look at what PFF says they need compared to what I think they need, it's totally different. Totally. And I'm not surprised with this either because PFF gets a lot wrong on when you look at, just so we're on the same page, when you go to PFF mock draft and let's say it says guard, center, quarterback, tight end. Well, that's like order of importance, right? This is what they need right now. Tight end would be the 4th player that they would need in that order, right, in the first round. So that's how they put it together, and it's usually always wrong. I also had the Jets taking a tight end too at some point, and a running back, and a slot receiver. Who's their slot receiver? That's Slayton? No, he's with the Jets, I think. But you get the point. That's how I do it. Now, you were just saying something about the Lions.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, you're talking about your mock drafts.
Oh, my mock drafts. Like my first one.
You have the floor for a minute. I'll be back.
Yeah, my first one, everybody killed me for taking Sadiq in the first round. And then my second one, I ended up doing some different stuff. So I kind of flipped the tables I took the best edge rusher, who happened to be Keldrick Falk at number 17. And then in round 2, number 50, I took the tackle Jennings Dunker, because all the other tackles in the second round were just gone. And if I remember right, Jennings is a right tackle. So that would be the move Penei Sewell to the left. And then in the third round, I got our linebacker, Keyshawn Elliott. And then I backed it up with another edge rusher, George Gums. And George Gums, I got an F for taking him in the 4th round. But you want to know what? We saw him at the combine, and his physicals and what he did at the combine were absolutely crazy. He did really, really well. And then I ended up taking a corner in Ephesians Prysock, who we got to meet, got to talk to. Same with Michael Taft, the safety. And then I took Andre Fuller, the cornerback out of Toledo, and I backed it up with another cornerback, Damani Jackson from Alabama. And I did talk to both of them at the combine. And I finished it up with tight end Max Bredson from Michigan. So I got a Michigan guy in there. And this draft, I got nothing but praise for, where my other one, I did not. So I just got on the old Google machine here, and I asked, what is the consensus around the web for the Chicago Bears to take in the first round? And it says the consensus is defense, defense, defense. With the 2026 NFL draft less than a month away, the writing is on the wall for the Chicago Bears at pick number 25. Across the board, mock drafts are heavily leaning towards the defensive side of the ball, especially focusing on the trenches and the secondary. Edge rusher and defensive tackle are probably the most impactful positions Chicago could add. Now, these are the players that have been most mocked to the Chicago Bears. And this is according to NFL.com, ESPN, and CBS Sports at number 25. So number 1 for them, Zion Young, edge from Missouri. And he is arguably the most common name right now. Analysts like Field Yates and Eric Edholm love his 6'6" frame, heavy hands, and versatility to rush effectively opposite Montez Sweat. And then their second pick is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety out of Toledo. He is heavily mocked by Bucky Brooks and others, and is viewed an authoritative run stopper. So they think that he would be a perfect fit for Chicago. And then the third option is Akeem Mesidor, edge from Miami. And he has been frequently featured in CBS Sports mocks by analysts like Ryan Wilson and Josh Edwards as an immediate plug-and-play contributor on the edge. So, Will, if you can hear me, I went through and asked the Google machine, who is the most mocked player, looking at all the sites, to the Chicago Bears, and they said defense, defense, defense. And these are the 3 players that have been mocked the most: Zion Young, the edge from Missouri; Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo; and Akeem Mesidor, the edge from Miami. That's the 3 players they think the most. And then PFF, those
are the 3 players that are mocked heavily to the Lions in the first round. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's Chicago.
Oh, Chicago.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I just said Mesidor, Young, and who was the other one?
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
I just said that one too. It's crazy.
Yep. And then PFF is saying on theirs, the most mocked from PFF is Caleb Banks, the defensive lineman from Florida. And then they have Lee Hunter, the defensive tackle from Texas Tech, is the second one. And then Caden McDonald, the defensive lineman from Ohio State, as their third option.
It's interesting. So, I mean, all those players are just kind of what I broke down. I don't look at that stuff. And
Yep.
I didn't ask AI, obviously, but I don't look at that stuff. I try to stay as far away from it as possible.
But that kind of lines up with what the fans and the media are also doing, for the
Well,
Chicago
I think
Bears.
at the end of the day that, it's hard to figure out what a GM thinks, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard to figure out what I think, and I unfortunately have to tell everybody what I think, I guess. So you get an idea. When you look at each one of these teams independently and you evaluate, I guess, what would make sense if I were making the picks, if this was a team that I was running, where do I see the needs? And to me, it's so simple, it's stupid. Like, roster. Where is my roster between now and the next 3 seasons? Do I have enough? Do I have enough turnover available? Because I know I'm going to have some players that are going to age out at some point. Am I young enough? Am I healthy enough? Am I getting production? Where are my biggest holes and needs? I mean, so all of those things, you have to do a needs analysis, right? And you go through all of this, and at the end of the day, it should kind of point you into a direction of a few players, a few positions. It should never just be one. And,
Yep.
you'll see some people that whenever they do these drafts, these mock drafts, it seems like they always pick the same player. Well, I've picked different players going to the Lions. Yeah, Caden Proctor's been high on my list, but I also feel that safety is a big need. And I think you have to evaluate, is Monroe Freeling is he going to do more for you in year 1 or 2 than what Emmanuel McNeil-Warren can give you from an insurance standpoint and an on-field injection of energy in season 1? And I think that those are the things that Brad has to evaluate too. Like, where am I going to get the most bang for my buck? And I guess that's kind of what I do too. I'm working on putting this board
that
together.
whoever Brad takes in the first round has to be an immediate starter in year 1?
Yes, This year. Well, let me pull up the Lions depth chart real quick.
Whether it's because this boils down to like 2, possibly 3 positions for the Lions in the first round. Most obvious: edge, offensive tackle, and safety.
Well, hold on. Why edge? Why is edge most glaring to you?
Because we have this glaring hole on the other side of Hutch right now.
All right, so forget that, because we really don't. So, do you believe that? It's okay if you do. Like, do you believe we have a glaring hole over there?
I don't know. I don't know what Wanham is. I don't know who else we have.
That's kind of where you got to start.
Yeah.
Right.
This morning, my brain's not functioning. So,
and that's different from every other. I'm just kidding.
It is. Yeah.
So here we go. If you look at it from a who's on the roster perspective, you have Ahmed Hassanin. We don't know. We don't know who he is right now.
That's a wild card. We don't know.
But I will tell you who he is from a fitment standpoint. I would say that Ahmed Hassanin he's kind of a tweener from a hard edge setter and just pure go get it. So he's a tweener. Then you have
isn't that what Peyton Turner is also?
Peyton Turner's more of that,
because that's what that was his problem in Dallas. They didn't know if he was going to be a linebacker or an edge. Wasn't he kind of a tweener?
I forget what his weight is. Hold on.
Let's see.
I think he's like 240, 250, somewhere in that range. 6'4", 6'5". If he's heavier than that, then no, he was 270 at the combine. So 6'5", 270, 35-inch arms, 10 1/4 inch hands. Like, he is the prototypical edge rusher. Like, he would be in the class of a hard edge setter with his size. So he has the size, the length, and the strength to be able to set an edge. He also has good enough speed to be able to get after the quarterback, get that first quick step, off the line of scrimmage, and get into those offensive tackles with a twitchy first step. Obviously, the overwhelming size component to Peyton Turner, the 35-inch arms, I drool over that stuff. I think he's like more like 34 and a half or 34 and 5/8 or whatever, but NFL usually rounds up. So he's probably not 6'5", he's probably 6'4" and 3/4 or whatever, right? And he's probably not 270, he's probably 264 or whatever. Point being that given his size, he should be that Davenport replacement, right? Exact mock of Davenport. You said Wanham. I was thinking Wanham at first, but Wanham's the smaller, quicker, twitchier guy.
Yeah.
They can play linebacker. But Peyton should absolutely be an exact mock of Davenport when healthy. I think Davenport's a little bit slower.
Wasn't Peyton also a former first rounder?
Yeah, I think he was like pick 16 or something.
Yeah.
Jesus. Pick 28, excuse me, pick 28. So what I see out of Peyton is if he stays healthy, we don't have a hole. We have Wanham, and you have Peyton Turner, and you have Ahmed Hassanin, and you have Levi Onwuzurike. And if you didn't hear what Dan Campbell said yesterday about Onwuzurike, if he's healthy, right, and he plays this season, he's a guy that's going to be off on the edge. He's someone that he's going to use on the outside, inside, outside, anywhere from the 3 to the 5. But you can use him, over top of a tackle. If I were to look at Levi Onwuzurike,
but what's one thing that Brad likes to do? He likes to take players in an area that they don't necessarily have a need.
in the draft,
Yeah.
the draft he's BPA. In free agency, he's all need.
But then what does that do? So if you have two of the best safeties in the league and you draft another safety, that just ups the competition and makes your room that much better.
Well, not only does it make your room that much better, but I think it provides the insurance that you need. There's nothing wrong with having an abundance of really good safeties. I mean, they get injured. And right now we don't even have our two best safeties because they're both injured. So
safeties, corners, and edge, we seem to lose them like they are broken chopsticks or something, just all the time, just more and more and more.
So if I go back to 2024, which was Levi Onwuzurike's best year, okay, he lined up right end 115 times, out on the outside of the right end 63 times. So that is, we'll just call it 180 snaps. He's lined up over the tackle or on the outside of the left shoulder of the tackle. On the left side, he lined up, over the tackle 168 times, outside of the tackle 45 times. So that is 390. We'll call it 400 snaps that he's lined up as an end out of his 768 snaps.
Yeah.
He lined up as a DT, defensive right or defensive left, about almost even, 139 and 136. Call it 280. So he lines up more like an end than he does a defensive tackle. He just has that flexibility of being able to work inside out or outside in. At 6'3", 290, if he's 280, that's probably a perfect weight for him. And if you look at other players of similar size, that you use them as a high pass rush upside. A little bit faster, a little bit twitchier, a little bit lighter, but strong. He's not someone that you're asking to go just set a hard edge. He can, but you want him to get after the quarterback by knifing through, right? You want to run some games up front. You got Levi on the outside. You kick Turner to the inside. You run a twist, and next thing you know, Jack Campbell's coming through the middle. Because as they're crossing, and you got that hole that opens. That reminds me of Tom Cruise, man. Inverted. Remember, you got inverted. I gave him the bird. It's exactly what you want Levi to do. You want him to get inverted and give him the bird. So, thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. Anyway, Maverick. That's what I see for Levi too. Is you want someone that's going to get inverted, man, and someone that's going to create chaos on the inside out or outside in of your defense. He just has to be healthy this year. That's it. So I don't see a glaring hole, Eric.
Okay.
I don't.
So while you were talking,
Uh-huh.
I got to thinking.
Uh-oh.
There are two positions I think that are super important that the Lions need to nail in this draft. I think they're the most important.
Okay.
Number one, I think it's offensive tackle because we have to have that line that protects Jared Goff. We can't just go with. I'm sorry. Hopefully, we don't just go with Borum on the right or whoever it may be. And
Well, I think so. To finish that thought, though,
yeah,
you have Borum. He has ability to play all up and down the line. He has starting experience. He was actually one of the highest graded pass blockers. I want to say the last half of last year. So he's good there. Now his run blocking may not be the best, but you also have Manu to compete with, and I think that Manu is the right tackle. I don't think he's a left tackle, especially if you're considering moving Sewell to the left. Right now, Manu's on the right. He's competing with Borum. But continue.
Yeah, and then I think the other glaring need is linebacker because we got rid of Alex Anzalone. He's now with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So what are we doing with our Sam linebacker? Who's going to be our linebacker? I mean, seriously, do we have anyone that can fill in right now other than maybe Rodrigo?
We have Rodrigo, but we also brought in Clark.
Who's Clark?
Man, where you been?
Oh, the Damone Clark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's look, I
Is he
did
starting
I did a
caliber?
video that got like 18,000 views because of what Micah Parsons said. Micah Parsons during Clark's rookie season said that Clark was faster than him. And just that simple statement obviously resonated with fans to learn that, look, this guy he's pretty damn good linebacker. I mean, this is someone that the Lions have had their eyes on for a while, as with a lot of these other players that they've had their eyes on since the draft or, when they're with other teams or whatever the case may be. But Damone Clark, actually, I was looking up Wanham first. So let me do Wanham because you're asking about linebacker. But
Yeah.
if I go and look at DJ Wanham, okay, where did he line up last season? He had 498 snaps, and he lined up 431 times as an outside linebacker out of 498. He's 6'5", 258. He can play stand-up defensive end, right? He can also play as a linebacker. Coverage may be a problem. Or maybe not. His coverage is, 60, according to PFF, which I don't really care a whole lot about that grade. I want to watch film. I haven't watched enough film yet. But over his career, I mean, he's been averaging about 700, 750, snaps a season. Pass rush, he's been in more so than run defense. Coverage snaps, he doesn't run a ton of coverage snaps, but he can cover. The question is, how good is he, when he's covering? Last year, he was targeted 8 times. He gave up 4 receptions. He gave up 42 yards. He had 1 interception, 1 pass breakup, and no TDs. And he gave up a 26 flat passer rating against. 26. The year before that, he gave up a 98. The year before that, a 101, then a 110, then an 83. So he can cover. And what you're thinking here is, what I'm thinking here is these coverage snaps that he's in, depending on, down distance and everything else, those might be 58 tight ends, 58, options of you covering a tight end. Hopefully, to a lesser degree, it's a running back. But if he's covering tight ends, I'm not worried about it. He's got the length, he's got the size, he's got the weight, he can tackle, and he can cover. Last year he had some of his best games right when he came back. So right when he was healthiest in week 10, 12, when he was with Carolina. I mean, he had a couple of really good games, then it kind of fell off. But So did Carolina. You know, I mean, it probably wasn't the best situation. Look, there's plenty available in Clark and Wanham. DJ Wanham can play linebacker, you know, as needed. I think the versatility is there. I'm not saying that they brought him in to just be a defensive end or a pass rusher, but I do feel like there's that versatility. Now for Clark, you want to say something while I'm looking this up, feel free.
Just in my mind, I think that's probably the two biggest needs is linebacker, but number one is, I think, a tackle. I don't want to diminish Borum, but I want a starter. Your two tackles is where you should have a bona fide first rounder, you know, one of the premier talents at each side of your offensive line. So in my opinion, I would like to see offensive tackle come off the board first, even if there's an edge staring us in the face.
Well, there's plenty of edge deep.
Yeah.
This draft
And
is
that's what I'm
deep.
saying. I think that class is deeper than the offensive tackle. So I don't mind if Brad moves up. I don't mind if Brad moves back if the tackles he wants are gone. Let's say the left tackles he wants are gone and he's got to take somebody like Blake Miller or another right tackle. Well, I have no problem with him moving back a little bit then. You know, back
I think that's
to
the play. Look,
30.
I'm on both sides of the fence. Nobody will know what I'm thinking until we get a little deeper into April, but I think there's a play, Eric, where we move way up and we snag Sonny Styles. I think that there's a play where we drop back, 4, 5, 6 spots. We add potentially a late second or another second round pick, definitely a third. Just by moving back 4 to 6 spots, we would for sure add an early third. And that could even be a day 2 where maybe the Lions send a 4th and get a 2. Yeah. I think that would be a great play if we move back 4 spots, 5 spots, whatever. Try to stay in front of the Bears, right? Try to stay under 24. And you get a second round pick. You give up your 4th round pick. And so now you got call it 24, 50, and, let's just say, well, what would that be? 48, 47, 40, 49, so you're picking 2 in a row. I think that would be the perfect play because then you're able to get your tackle, an edge, and possibly a good safety. If you do that, you won't get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but you could still end up with AJ Halsey. Maybe you could get Zakee Wheatley in the 5th potentially, or move up into the 4th. Bud Clark, I think he's an okay player, but he's not the player that I would want. He's not the safety that I would want for this team. Anyway, I guess walking this out on Damon Clark or Damone Clark. Back in 24, I think is when the Cowboys brought in a couple of draft picks. He was kind of edged out because they invested in some draft picks. I can't remember who they brought in. I wrote it up. I'd have to go pull up my article, but I can't remember exactly. I wrote it all up. The thing that I see, though, is he went from a superior tackler, 834 snaps in 23. His grades were good. His coverage was great. And then all of a sudden he gets relegated to special teams. What the hell? I mean, that's a classic stupidity move by Dallas. So he has the ability, right? He was playing well in 23, but draft picks took precedent over him. So look, he can do it too, man. And if I go to his snaps,
I think that might have been coaching change also. When you have a new regime, they
Yep.
might have been going from a 3-4 to a 4-3.
And there was defensive change too. Yep.
And he didn't fit, They've had a lot of turnover there in Dallas as far as defensive coordinators the last 3-4 years. I think they've had a different one every year.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, let me go back to 23 because 24 and 25, that's just not a good year to evaluate. All right, so back in 2023, I know we're up against it for you too.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the box 674 times. Right outside linebacker, 68. Left outside linebacker, 34. So he's probably, I mean, he was inside linebacker majority of the time in 2023. The question is, I don't remember if they were a 4-3 or a 3-4. I don't even remember who the coach was. That would tell me everything if I knew who the coach was. I can't remember. One sec. I'm sure I wrote it all up. I'm just not going to pull it open.
Yeah.
So it looks like they might have been a 4-3. Quick search, not validated. I'd have to look at my article. But I do want to bring something up that Mike P said real quick. And this is something that I've also been flirting with. The way that the Lions are attacking their linebacker group this year kind of speaks to that 4-2-5 or even a 3-2-6, which more of a dime look. But I see where you could have only 2 linebackers on the field, and you might have more edge presence, more corners on the field, and like I'm okay with that. I like if you're in rundown situation, you might be in a 5-2-4, right? So 2 corners, 2 safeties, 2 linebackers, 5 defensive linemen. Well, those 5 defensive linemen could be Tyleek, Ali McNeil at the 3, Tyleek at the nose, Ali McNeil at the 3, Levi at the 3-5, probably 5, and then Wanham or Turner, and then Aiden Hutchinson. Bring it. Like, who's going to stop that? You know what I mean? Like, those are 5 powerful guys, and then you can rush 5 and drop 6. I think that's a great place to be in. Rush 5, drop 6. As a matter of fact, you can still drop one of your 5 to kind of hang back a little bit. Maybe they open up a lane for a linebacker, or maybe your linebacker plays on a little bit more spy, natural spy, and look, they take the ball carrier. It's I think there's opportunity. So, all right, we didn't even get into a mock draft. I might do one once you get off. So, good to see you back, man. Glad you're feeling better, and we'll plan on doing more throughout the week. We're going to continue to uncover the rest of the NFC North.
Okay.
We did Bears a little bit today. We'll do Vikings and Packers tomorrow, and Lions every day. But anyway, give you your final 30 of the day.
I found it kind of surprising that the Green Bay Packers, looking into some of this stuff, that they have Gannon as their new defensive coordinator, and he is switching them to a 3-4 instead of a 4-3 defense.
Who's this?
So, Gannon for the Packers. So it sounds like they're going to be moving off of a 4-3 and going to a 3-4 type of defense.
Oh shit! You just sent this to me?
Yeah, I sent it a little bit ago. So Alex Anzalone has spoken up about the whole Frank Ragnow issue, and a couple of people have tuned in, Quandre Diggs and a couple of former players. So Alex Anzalone had this to say. He said, played through fractured throat, 1 week post-meniscus cleanup with stitches barely out, inoperable, unrepairable toe, etc. And then in quotes, hey, let me go. Hey, let me get that prorated signing bonus back. Do business as business is being done. That's what Alex Anzalone had to say. And, this is something that Jimmy Liao had to say about that post. He goes, any clawback money the Lions get goes directly into salary cap to pay other players. I wonder how Alex Anzalone would have felt if Ragnell's clawback was used to give Alex Anzalone that raise last season. So that's where I'll leave you today.
Dude, I don't
my
even know.
God.
Like, I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to feel about it because they're asking for Frank Ragnall's back too. Is that what we're getting at? Because that's about Frank Ragnall.
Yeah, they're just saying that. So these ex players like Quandre Diggs and Alex Anzalone, they don't play for the Lions anymore. So they're criticizing the Lions for going after this money because some organizations, I can't name one, they don't go after that money when a player leaves. If they've already gotten a prorated signing bonus, they just let it go. They don't go after that money or ask for that money back. Well, the Lions have always asked for that money back. They did with Barry Sanders, they did with Calvin Johnson, they did with Frank Ragnall. These guys all retired before their contracts were done. So it's money you were paid early for something, thinking that you were going to finish the job. They did not finish the job. You don't, it's like I went and paid a contractor to put a new roof on my house. Well, he only did the front side of the house. He didn't do the back side of the roof. And I want my money back so I can pay somebody else to finish this roof for me because it's going to rain soon. And I don't want my roof leaking on my house, you know? So that's the way I look at it. This is business. It's their money. It's not the players' money. It was given to them early on the promise that they were going to fulfill their contract. They did not fulfill their contract. Therefore, that is the team's money, not the players' money. So if you spent it, well, you shouldn't have spent it. That's the way I look at it. It's just like hiring a contractor. You know, you gave them all this money up front to put on a brand new roof. They didn't do it right, or they only did half the job. You got to give me some money back so I can have somebody finish that job. That's my 2 cents on it. And I will see you guys all tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to continue on that conversation, man. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Adios, muchacho. Be right back. Quick break. This one kind of stings a little bit, right? I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I guess I do. I think that if you're going to look at this from a simplistic observation, let's just look at it simply. Let's just keep it simple, stupid, right? The KISS theory. When you sign a contract, let me get rid of some of these screens real quick. I got so much shit open. When you sign a contract, it is 100% expected that you are going to maintain your end of the bargain, right? That you are going to finish said contract. So, I just pulled something up and now I lost it. Damn it. Where did it go? Come on, man. I've actually found some good information while he was talking. Hold on. So the information that I found was kind of interesting. That's why I wanted to share it. And I started dumping screens, and I think I dumped the wrong one. Okay. Here we go. In the NFL, teams have the contractual right to recoup a prorated portion of a signing bonus if a player voluntarily retires. While the exact number, or if they're released, right, cut, whatever, as long as it matches up to what's in the contract. So while the exact number of teams that routinely do so isn't a fixed public stat, or, it's not something that maybe is tracked very often, there is a clear divide in organizational philosophy that maybe we can deduce from some of this information. You've got the business first franchise, we'll call it, and then you have the parting gift franchise. Teams that recoup bonuses, maybe they have a hard line philosophy about their money. Some teams strictly follow the Barry Sanders rule, that's what they're calling it, which allows teams to then go and through arbitration or whatever, reclaim that money. So apparently, if this is factual, which I expected it is, that maybe the Barry Sanders rule was implemented because of the money that Barry had to pay back. And way back when, in 1999, when this was asked to be done, maybe there wasn't an exact rule that was in place outside of the collective bargaining agreement and what was in the contract. So the Lions are the most prominent example, are you surprised, of a team that routinely enforces these clawback provisions, even against their legends, if you will. Barry Sanders was forced to repay $1.83 million. Calvin Johnson was forced to repay $1.6 million. Frank Ragnow, in June of 2025, the Lions continued this controversial tradition by making Frank Ragnow repay a portion of his bonus upon his early retirement. Now, if Frank was upset by that, do you think that Frank would have tried to come back last year? If that was really true. But I also feel it's kind of weird that both Frank said he was coming back and then he had an injury, and then Taylor Decker said he was coming back, but then he has a mysterious injury. That's kind of weird, don't you think? I'm not saying a player would do this, but would a player just say they're coming back, then come on back and say, "Oh, I got injured. No, my salary's got to be guaranteed." Just saying. People do weird things. I wouldn't expect either one of them to do that. So San Francisco, while often they are player friendly, the 49ers have enforced the rule as well, with Chris Borland, who was forced to pay back $463,000, which was 3/4 of his signing bonus, after he retired just after one season due to head injury concerns. The New England Patriots typically only pursue recoupment in cases of breach of contract or unearned money. Aaron Hernandez, the late Aaron Hernandez, the team aggressively pursued $3.25 million in signing bonus after his arrest and subsequent conviction. And then you have the teams that are more loyalty driven, I guess, if you will. And that starts with the Indianapolis Colts. Known for taking a high road approach with star players, Andrew Luck, upon his shock retirement in 2019, the Colts allowed him to get this, keep $24.8 million in bonus money that they were legally entitled to recoup, and they gave it to him as a parting gift. $24.8 million. The Seattle Seahawks, when Lynch retired after the 2015 season, they did not pursue the $5 million that he would have legally been forced to repay. The Cowboys, Tony Romo, when Romo retired to enter broadcasting in 2017, the Cowboys did not seek any repayment of his prorated signing bonus. It's kind of interesting. Now, I'm sure there's more examples. I'm sure there's a lot more examples. Because it's just business as usual. Now, the team is not doing anything illegal, or I would hate to say the word immoral. I don't think it's immoral. If you accepted money, and just like Eric gave a great example, if you were contracted to do something and you did not fulfill your end of the bargain, the team has a right, or the company or yourself has the right to get that money back. Here's where I have heartburn. Exactly what Alex Anzalone said. A fractured throat, an inoperable foot, and we want that $1.6 million back, or 1 point whatever it was. What was the number? I don't think it gave a number. I think it was 1.3. Yeah, that one to me is a little petty. One, it's 1.3. I get it. It's one player. Or a player and a half when you're cash strapped like the Lions are. I get it. I understand the business side. But this is a player that put everything on the line for you and help this team do something it's never done. Not win one, but they won 2 NFC North titles. They went to an NFC championship game, and you're asking for $1.63 million back? Well, you know what? I don't know about y'all, but I'm sure that even though us loyal members have been taxed out the wazoo to go to Lions games, why don't you just take that $1.63 million that Frank owes or owed? That's $25 for one game for a full house. That's $3.13 for every seat inside Ford Field. I'll gladly pay it. I'll gladly pay it. Because that's how much Frank Ragnow meant to me. It's $3. Or it's $25. It's a lot of money all at once, but you spread it out like they've already done. They've already taxed us like crazy anyway. What's another $3? I don't think anyone would argue to have Frank keep his money. Better yet, you know what the Lions should do? I feel it would be probably a better idea to say, you know what, Frank, we do want that money back. But we're not going to take the money back from you. Do us the community a favor. Take that money and less all the taxes that you paid on it. Or I'm sure your crafty, CPA will figure out a way to have it be tax free. Just go donate that money to the community. Go find a couple of high schools that need equipment. Go find a cancer foundation. I think Rockhound's a good one. Just kidding. Go find something to go donate to help your community out. The Lions can write it off as a loss. Frank can do something cool for the community. Same thing for Taylor Decker. Whatever that amount of money is, if well, I don't even know what the number is. Just do something for the community. I think that would go so much further, and optically, like the Lions would look amazing. But right now, they are going to look bad. And not only are they going to look bad, but this whole thing about the whole communication with Taylor Decker, it already looks extremely bad. The Lions have gone so far as to resurrect this team to allow peanuts in the grand scheme of their business ruin their image. The image that they try to protect so proudly. The Ford family, the Ford business, that is everything to them. They don't want a player getting in trouble that could ruin their image, because that image does spread to all of their other businesses. But this looks bad. Again. If it was 24.8 million, like Andrew Luck, that's a different story. That's a much different story. But a couple million, 1.6, 1.3, find an alternative way to do something good. Because you clearly don't need the money, and I get it. If what Eric's, read was accurate, I don't know where he read that from. I don't know if it was from the CBA or whatever, but that money is supposed to come back to go back into, your top 51 or whatever, right? To your salary cap. I get it. You need the money. You need the money. I don't think that Taylor Decker badmouthed the team. I don't think he did. I think that, basically what Taylor Decker said was he expected a phone call and he expected the team to say thank you. Well, he still hasn't retired. And so I think that there should be no phone call necessary. And it's during the throes of free agency and the scouting combine. Everyone is busy. It's not that they don't want to call you. It's probably like, yep, we're pretty busy right now. We've got bigger fish to fry. And as soon as we can take a moment away from all of our lives and give you a call, I'm sure that they were going to. Hell, for all we know, they're probably planning on something for Taylor because at some point they want him to retire as a Lion. He's jumping the gun is what he's doing. He's putting the cart before the horse here. If you haven't retired, nobody owes you a thing. You wanted your release, it was granted. There shouldn't have been anything else said, and you definitely shouldn't have demanded a phone call from somebody within 24 hours, right, of you calling Dan Campbell, hearing that you're going to come back and then, they're going to meet the next day. That was Tuesday. Dan heard from you on Monday. And then Wednesday is when Dan and Brad were going to meet. Not to say that they didn't talk, text, or whatever in between that time, but we don't know how these people operate. We don't. They have tight schedules. They have a lot going on. And they may have a no contact policy, while they're doing things, unless it's super important. That was probably super important. But Taylor Decker probably should have called or had his agent call. Send an email in, whatever. I think everybody's at fault. But I don't think he really badmouthed the team. And the whole thing being written about, Ben Johnson and Ben Johnson reaching out to him, whatever. I feel like the way that was written too was a little bit shady towards the Lions. I don't know that I would go to that extent because I don't think that Ben Johnson's doing anything better than what the Lions are doing, or I don't think the Lions are doing anything bad. This does look bad. Especially when you think about Frank. Like, that dude did a lot for us, man. He did. And I don't want to sound like I'm just over emotional about it, but pretty powerful stuff the way that Frank handled his life and his time in the NFL. These guys go through a lot. They really do. And maybe I just feel for the players a little bit differently because I've gone through a lot medically and mentally because I'm going through what I go through medically. And so I get it. I'm not out there playing football every day, but I still have to wake up, get out of bed, and get moving too. And I spend every day doing this for y'all. It's out of the goodness of my heart because it ain't for the money. I'll tell you that right now. I make way more money per hour not doing this. This is a straight up service for me. Just trying to help others. Trying to bridge the fan and the team together in a positive light. So if it was ever about money, I wouldn't do it because then it wouldn't be fun. Like, the reason why I can do this every day is because I don't care about the money. I don't. It is not a motivator to me. Never really has been. Money comes and goes, but you know what? Relationships are more than anything in this world. It's the people that, show up at your funeral, tell you a lot about who you are as a person. And I know what kind of person I am. So hopefully I have more than a handful of people there, right? But that's the legacy you want to leave. And I think Frank left a really good legacy. I think Taylor Decker mishandled his a little bit, but I don't think he bashed the team. Not sure what is this? We do need a good offensive coordinator. Yeah, we have like one of the best right now. I'm not sure where that's even coming from, but Drew Petzing is about to run roughshod all over this league. You'll see. Clip this, save it, pin it, whatever. Come back to this after about week 8. You'll see. As long as this offense is healthy, Drew Petzing is probably going to score more points than this offense ever has. And quite honestly, it's not even about just scoring points either. It's just winning the football game. And sometimes when you manage a football game to win, you don't have to score 40 points a game. It's fun. It's fun to beat the snot out of your team, out of your opponents, but it's fun to watch as fans, and it generates a lot of buzz online, a lot of headlines, but headlines don't win Super Bowls. If you have the ability to score the points, great. But at the same time, if you can beat a team by putting up 21 points and you can then manage a game by just doing what you do to be successful, right, on the football field. If you can run the football extremely well, then you do that. You milk the clock, you get out of the game. If you win by 1 point, but it was not close, you know what I mean? Sometimes those 1 point games are not close. Like, you might be up 21-0 in the fourth quarter, and then that team comes back and they score 17 points. And so it's 21-17, and it looks close. But it really wasn't close. There's ways to win without having to score bunches and bunches of points. And I think you'll see that with Drew Petzing. I think that you will see a highly organized, effective football team. And the same with our defense. Look, you got to tighten up. When you have a lead, you have to tighten up. You have to do the right thing. You can't take risks. You have to do what works. And on the flip side of that, offensively, if you're up 21, if you're up 14, if you're up 12, there's no reason to start pulling all the tricks out of the bag just because you can use them. Why would you give up all your tricks? I mean, how many times did we see Ben Johnson do that? There was no reason to give up all your tricks. There was no reason to show everybody all those plays. Save it. You're already up by a boatload. Like, dude, just finish the game. When you start doing things that are not normal to the game, that's when you lose. And for whatever reason, all of that came to a head in 2023 in the NFC Championship game. Our defense continued to stay aggressive, and that's what beat us. I mean, I realize that there was some drops or some miscues or a turnover. That's all part of it too. But I will solely put that loss on the defense. You can't be up 17 points at the half and lose. Your defense screwed it all up. And I mean, no one will ever win that argument with me. I will die on a hill alone with that argument. I don't care. I don't care. So, not real sure what you meant by we need a great OC. Last year sucked. All right. I don't even know how many people we have in, but I don't want to just sit here and ramble. There's a couple of things I wanted to look at. We still got a handful of people in here. Good 80 or so. I do want to say one more time, just because I've seen it pop up, Penei Sewell to the left tackle. Penei Sewell is not our left tackle yet. He's not. I guess I'm going to have to do a video on it. We'll see what happens week 1. We have the flexibility. If it happens, it happens. But I think if you get a left tackle in this draft, then I think that answers the bell. Let's do just one quick mock draft. Why not? Gives me an opportunity to see what's changed. Now, I'm not going to give you guys all my research because I still got to produce. I got to produce my new mock draft, and I'll put my research in that for you guys. I don't want to give everything away. I'm going to set it up as a 2-round mock draft. What the hell? Why not? All right. We got to get some music going. We need some music. Well, apparently I don't have any good music on here. I need some suggestions for background music. Like, what do you guys want? You want jazz? What do you guys want to listen to? I'll get it set up for the next time. Because there's some days I have to have something behind me. Got to break up the monotony. All right, let me make this a little bit taller. Maybe that'll fix that problem. There we go. We're cooking with gas. All right. So, yeah, I can't play that kind of stuff, but yeah, anyway. All right, so on the clock at number 1. You know, you guys remember a couple years ago when I was doing mock drafts and I kept saying, you know, my first one, I'm like, there's no way in hell that I would draft Caleb Williams. I was so convicted on the fact that, here, hold on, this is all screwed up. I was so convicted on you know, the fact that Caleb Williams is just not going to be a great quarterback. And he's still not a great quarterback yet. And I don't know if it'll ever happen, to be honest with you. I see so many inconsistencies in his game. I get he's got freak intangibles and you know, he's able to move. I get all that. But all this off-target stuff, you know, or off-schedule stuff, almost all of that has been luck. There's no skill involved. You're running out of bounds and you just fling the ball over the middle and someone catches it. Okay. Where was the skill? That's not skill. That's majority luck. The skill I want to see is I want to see the guy be able to navigate a pocket, get his guys into the right play, you know, calling the right audibles, making the right reads and decisions. And so far, I haven't seen it. Some games, yeah. Some teams, sure. When you're playing a fourth place schedule, well, shit, you should have a couple of good games. You should look, you know, pretty good at times. But the majority of what I see out of that dude is just failure after failure after failure. Like, read the room. All right, let's get into it. Here we go. Round 1. I think I said I got it set up for 2. I'm going to do every team. So the reason why I started saying that about Caleb Williams is, look, I don't believe that Fernando Mendoza deserves to go number 1 overall. I get it that the Raiders need a quarterback. And if I were the Raiders, I'm sorry. Like, I would wait till next year. I would get out of the number 1 pick, I would sell it for as much as I could. And then you'll have plenty of picks next year. You could go get 2 quarterbacks. You could back out of this. You could end up with Trevor Simpson, this year, and then still get another quarterback of your future next season. That's me as a GM. I am not convicted at all on Fernando Mendoza. He has prototypical everything, but he is not a great athlete, and he does not have a powerful arm. And I get it that Tom Brady was able to get away with some of that. Sometimes it doesn't work out, man. Like lightning doesn't usually strike twice, especially that close to the first time it struck. So here we go. I have to take him because I have a feeling that's what's going to happen, even though I don't like the pick. Fernando Mendoza goes number 1. All right, Jets. Like I was saying before, as far as the Jets, look, I see that they need an inside linebacker. I think left guard is extremely important. And when you look at what the Jets are trying to do this year, do I feel like the Jets are making a run for the Super Bowl? Nope, I certainly don't. But when I look at their opportunity, come on, man. When I look at their opportunity to have a good season, yes, I think that the Jets will have a good season. Some of you may remember this, but what did I say about the Jets last season to start the year? What did I say? How many of you remember? I was very specific what I said was going to happen with the Jets. I could go back and find the tape. I'll tell you. I said 2 years. You give the Jets 2 years, 2 seasons. By year 2, they will compete. They will compete this year, but they are not going to the Super Bowl. But they will compete. They had a terrible year last year. I totally expect the Jets to finish obviously above 500, 9-8 or better, and they may even sneak their way into the playoffs this season. I wholeheartedly believe that, and I think a lot of that is going to happen on the defensive side of the football. So, all right, Arf, man, you had a good day, man. Appreciate you. Gino, good question. Does Mendoza deserve to go 17? Yeah. I mean, yeah. But not 1. 5, sure. I'd give him 5, 6. Simpson, 16 or better. Or 16 or later. That's kind of where I'd put Simpson. But unfortunately, when you have quarterback needy teams, they just need somebody. Like they're willing to invest in hope that, the rest lines up. Honestly, I feel like taking a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round in this year's draft with the level of talent that there is in the later rounds is going to be just as fruitful as taking either of these 2 knuckleheads in the 1st round. The difference is you're going to give up 5 years of control. But there's ways to get around that. Look, I don't think either one of these quarterbacks is going to stick long time, and that's just what I see today. Once I see how they play in the NFL, then that could change. All right, so back to the Jets. I see the left inside linebacker is a big need. I think the left guard is a big need, and honestly, center is a big need. As far as edge goes, when I look at the depth chart, and I see the change to a 3-4 defense. I need to get a new ad blocker because my malware thingy. Actually, I just need to buy RLads. I don't know why I'm not subscribed. I used to be. When I look at their defense, man, I mean, look at what they did this year. This is just fun. Like, he's on it. Let me fix this one real quick. Jesus. So this might take a little bit, but hang out, whatever you want to do. What is going on here? Why is this not lining up? Alrighty then. Apparently I need some new graphics. There we go. We'll just do that. So sick of our lads, man. Their stuff never works. Come on. So I got to use ESPN. All right. See how it says 4-3? That's totally wrong. So they have a left defensive end, they have a left defensive tackle, and then they have right defensive tackle, right defensive end. That there's no way. That's not what I see. I see a 3-4 defense here. Joseph Osayi, I don't think he's big enough to be a defensive end in this scheme. Will McDonald, definitely a defensive end, but he's slimmed down, I think, a little bit. But anyway, be this as it may be for right now. Wait a second. Hold the phone. This depth chart is way different than this one. Sorry, y'all. I'd be doing this if I wasn't live anyway, so. I got a conference call at 1, so I really have nothing left to do. Where the hell are the Jets? All right, so edge. They have Kingsley Jonathan. He's a nobody. Braden McGregor. He's a nobody. Tyler Barron. He's a nobody. They brought in David Animiata this year. They brought in Kingsley Anabare, or he might have already been there. They drafted Will McDonald. So there's your top 3 edge. And then they brought in Joseph Osayi. So I think for edge, for the Jets, I would say that edge is good. Right? You don't have to take a player right now. You have your revolving door. You got your 4 players that can rotate in and out. When you look at the defensive line, they have Harrison Phillips and they have Mozzie Smith, and they brought in Trevonde Sweat this year. So you got Trevonde Sweat, that's your nose. Mozzie Smith's defensive tackle. Harrison Phillips, defensive tackle. I think the defensive tackle could be a need early, but it's a little bit early in this draft process to take a defensive tackle. I would say that you're going to do that either at pick 16 or in the second round. Edge, you can get at 16 or the second round. When you look at corner, they have Brandon Stevens, clearly a starter, and they have Nashawn Wright that they brought in. So for cornerback, I would say that they're good. Who is there? Is Brownlee Jr. I think might be their slot. Quantez Stiggers out of Canada. He's pretty good. I don't know how he's developing yet, but I would say corner, they need one. And you can do second or third there. I don't know all their draft picks yet, but second or third there. When we go linebacker. All right, Sherwood. He just signed a mega deal last year. Demario Davis is like 98 years old. He's 37, and right now he's their starter. and he's under contract through 2028. He's going to be 40 years old. I'm sorry, he's under contract through 2027. So he'll be 30, 38, almost 39 years old by the end of his contract. And next year, there's no way they're paying that guy $12.5 million. So immediately, this tells me that Demario Davis, linebacker, left inside linebacker is where he typically lines up, or inside linebacker. Davis, this is who I'm looking at replacing first, either at 2 or 16 or in the second round. But I would say 2 or 16, that's where you're going to get your best linebackers in this draft. So I would say that he's one that you're looking at replacing. Mykal Walker, they brought in last year. He should be good to go this season. Kobe King is decent. So I would say at least one linebacker. I won't do this for everybody. I'm just going to do it with a few in the top. And then safety. So they got Minka. They're set there. And then they have Malachi Moore, Dane Belton, and Andre Sisco. I would say that they're okay, but as far as safety goes, again, I would say at 16 or second round. So the way that their defense looks to me is you don't necessarily have to go defense first, but if you're looking for a game changer, someone, in the first round that early, it would have to be linebacker, because other than that, you're looking at the offensive side of the football. You can get a safety at 16. You can get a defensive tackle at 16. You can get a corner at 16. You can get an edge at 16. But it's going to be really hard to find a linebacker at 16 that is going to meet your expectations when Sonny Styles and Reese are gone. But you still have Bailey as an edge. You still have Bain. And then you also have Cassius Howell. I forgot to add on to Eric and what he was talking about, Cassius Howell. I see Cassius Howell as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I don't see him as an edge. I see him playing like Micah Parsons, but less, less on the line of scrimmage. I see him more off-ball linebacker. I just don't know what his coverage is like just yet. Offensive side of the football, though, let's go to their guards. Dylan Parham. He'll be 27 years old this year. Well, that doesn't help me. I'd have to go in and show you. I'll just pull him up real quick. I mean, first of all, his grades are like a Christmas tree. They're terrible. Look at his numbers on the bottom there. He allowed 6 sacks last season, 5 hits, 17 hurries, 28 total pressures. That's terrible. But he's been doing that the last 2 seasons. Now, he's been lining up as left guard. He's played a little bit of right guard. He doesn't play tackle at all. He's put in 100% or close to 100% of snaps every single season. Well, no, I guess it is 100%. So he's durable. He's just not great. So I would say left guard is a big need, and that is definitely pick 16 in the first or second round. Pick 16, you're going to get a hell of a guard. At pick number 2, you could get Maui Noah, and I think that he's going to be pretty impressive. Who else was on that roster that I didn't like? Tackle. Where's the tackles at? Okay, so they brought in Fashanu, I believe last year, or 24, excuse me. No, last year. I think they brought him in last year. So he's good on one side. where's their other tackles? There we go. Armand Membu, they brought in, I don't know, the year before maybe. So their tackles should be okay for right now. There's no need, to go in deep. And then at center and tight end. So they have Jeremy Ruckert. I mean, come on. Right? Mason Taylor, I think he was a 4th-round pick last year. And then Jelani Woods, I mean, he's not good either. So I could see Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, at 16 or second round. They need a lot of second rounders if you're looking at really amplifying this roster. Let's go to their center, which is Josh Myers. And he is just not good either. And gave up 3 sacks, 4 hits, 21 hurries, total of 28 pressures. In 2024, he gave up 1 sack, 6 hits, 24 hurries, 31 pressures. So low sack number, but if you look at his overall average, we're going to get rid of 2021. That year don't count. So 3, 5, 8, 9, 12. So he's given up an average of 4 sacks. He's probably averaging right around 4 hits. And he's averaging about 23, 22 hurries, total about 30 pressures a year. That is a tier 2 guy, borderline tier 3, when you talk about elite talent at the center position. So I would say that they need a center, or they definitely would want competition at center, but there you're looking at late second to 3rd round. So not a big need. So that's it. That's all I'm going to evaluate for the Jets. And that just wanted to kind of give you a picture of some of the things that I look at, when I'm just evaluating a roster. Now, this is surface level. This is not everything that I do when I do draft work. I don't show everybody what I do because I'm not going to give the keys to the kingdom away. So that is a surface level analysis of a roster and what I look at for immediate needs. So here's what I wrote down. Edge. Clearly, that is a 1st round, number 2 overall, or 16. Defensive tackle. That is also 16, definitely not number 1, or 2nd round. Corner. They're pretty good. They're stable to start, so I would be looking at the 2nd or 3rd round for a corner. And then that would probably be 4th on my list right now, so vertically. Left inside linebacker. Davis is a problem because he's old and he's not playing the greatest. So that would probably be 1st on my list because you're not going to be able to get what you're looking for out of a game changer in the 2nd round unless you find a diamond in the rough. So 1st is left inside linebacker. 2nd is going to be edge defensively. Defensive tackle. Let's move down. Left guard and center. So left guard is going to be really important, and I'm going to put that at number 3 because the left guard that you're going to want in this draft is probably going to go in the 1st round. You might end up with an Emmanuel Pregnon at the top of the 2nd, and that would be a great add if you could pull him in at the top of the 2nd. So 1st is left inside linebacker. 2nd would be edge, and that would be Bailey or Reese. Left inside linebacker. I think Sonny Styles is probably going to want to play on the outside, but you could be looking for Bain as an inside backer, or you could go Reese here. You could even go Styles here. But I think Styles is going to want to get after the passer. Tight end. If you really want a game changer, you're going to have to go 16 with Sadiq. And then center. That's so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to put center as number 7. I'm going to put safety again. Who are their safeties? Minka and Cisco. Moore and Dane Belton. So I would probably put safety as so second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th. Defensive tackle, I'm going to put that as 6th. And 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Tight end, I'll go 8th because they just brought someone in, but that doesn't mean that that's how these. So these are stacked vertically. These aren't horizontal yet, which I can't really do all that right here on the fly. So overall, what does this tell me? It tells me that you're not going to find another Reese in the second round. So if you want that edge, this is the time to pull it, right? If you want that edge. Right now they have Osai, Will McDonald, Enabare, and David Animiata. So do they really need to go after an edge? No, they don't. They've assembled an extremely good room. So let's pass on Reese for now. Let's go to my second pick, or second option. First pick was inside linebacker. That's Sonny Styles or Reuben Bain. If I go to their depth chart, Demario Davis is old. Michael Walker should be able to step into an outside linebacker role. They have Francisco Mauigoa, which is Mauigoa's brother. And they have Kobe King. So they definitely need some help. And they have Jamin Sherwood. So they definitely need some help here. Probably more as an outside linebacker. So that brings me back to Sonny Styles. And that's who I'm going to take. All right, same thing for the Cardinals. I'll just go through the work here on my phone. Quite honestly, their upgrades, they need a right tackle, they need a right corner, and they need a will linebacker. And then when I look at Roy Lopez, I think that they he can start right now, but if they're looking at a nose tackle, again, you don't need one in the first round. So that would be second round, and Roy Lopez right now is the guy. But right tackle, right corner, and will linebacker would be my number one options for them. So this keeps bringing me back to right tackle. And let's just take a look at a couple of these guys on the offensive line. I'm going to bring up the guards, and I'm going to bring up the tackles. Now, Mauigoa, when you look at where he's played the majority of his snaps, it's right tackle, right? Oh, they don't. I forgot. They don't do the length. None of that. So Mauigoa, why don't I have any measurements for him? Hold on. I know I do. Here we go. 33 and a quarter inch arm. So he's right on the borderline. I wouldn't put him as my left, but you could put him as a right tackle for sure. I could see him becoming an all-pro guard. The question is, do the Cardinals really need a guard? Right now they're listed to need a tackle, a quarterback, a defensive lineman, and a linebacker. And if I'm the Cardinals, I'm thinking, okay, if I needed a linebacker, well, Styles is gone. So what's my next best option? If Styles is gone and Reese is more of an outside linebacker, well, that or more of an edge, that doesn't help me a whole lot. Defensive line, I can definitely get later. quarterback, am I really going to take a swing at Simpson at number 3? Hell no. Well, maybe I trade back and I try to stack picks and I try to stay, in the top half. Well, that sounds like a really good option for the Lions. The Lions to move up to number 3 would cost a boatload, but who would the Lions end up with? Well, they wouldn't get their outside linebacker, but they would get a Reese or they would get a Bailey if the Lions moved up there. Or maybe the Lions take that right tackle and Francis Maui-Noa, who could also be a guard. Man, you slide him in next to Penei Sewell on the left side. If Penei Sewell does go to left, now you're cooking, man. Like now you're cooking. Or if you put Penei on the left and you put Maui-Noa on the right, you're fine. So for the Cardinals, again, I think it's right tackle. And for that reason, that's why I'm going with Maui-Noa. Titans, I see that they need a major upgrade at right guard. Well, you can take an extremely good right guard early in the second round. When you take a look at offensive linemen, interior, exterior guys, Olavivega Nioni, or however you say his last name, Olavivega Nioni. He's someone that I feel could end up transitioning. To interior. He's got 32 3/4 inch arms. He's a little bit short in the arm department. I see Vega staying a guard, but transitioning to center, going even further inside. I think he could end up becoming an all-pro center. I don't think he has much for any experience at center. Very few. I mean, a couple of snaps in 2024, a couple of snaps at left and right tackle, but he's a left or a right guard, and I do believe that he could end up becoming a center if a team is willing to take that opportunity with him and then work with him. It's not going to be instant. And honestly, the Titans need a center, and they also need a guard. So Loney, he makes a lot of sense here. He makes a ton of sense, more so than the running back, because if you need a guard and a center, well, you're not going to be able to protect Cam Ward if you don't have an interior of an offensive line. You're not going to be able to give Love an opportunity to run through some holes if you don't have an offensive line. Cam Ward's biggest issue last year was no protection, right? Outside of, him just being a rookie, he didn't have much protection. So if I were the Titans, I'm probably not taking Loney right now at pick 4 because they could back up, trade out of this pick, slide back 10 picks, and you could still end up with a really good guard. You could also get Nihanachor early second round for sure. You could get Emmanuel Pregnan early second round for sure. And if you did trade back and stack some picks, well, now you're talking about having an extra, or a first round pick this year, potentially a first round pick next year. And then if you're savvy enough, you're going to get, another crack at Manuel Pregnan or Hanachor at pick 35 that they have in the second round. And that's what I would do guard wise. So let's move away from guard. If they stick and pick at number 4, then I'm probably looking towards that running back, even though I don't feel comfortable with my offensive line right now. At 35, I should be able to get a guard. And then with their future picks into the third round, I should be able to get a center. Okay, so that all makes sense. We've got that tracked out just fine. But now I'm still looking at the edge need. Does Arvell Reese make a lot more sense than Jeremiah Love? Ooh, that's a tough question. Because this draft is loaded with running backs. Well, okay, if I take Arvell Reese now, and then I take a running back in the second or the third, well, now that's going to blow my opportunity for a guard. But if I drop back a couple of picks, let's say they're able to drop back 4 or 5 picks. Well, you could end up with Reese. You could end up with Love. You could end up with Bain. You could end up with Bailey. And all those picks they need, right? Who else do they need? Running back, center, guard, edge, according to them. According to me, it's running back, right guard, left tackle, and tight end. Their tight end is Gunnar Helm. He's terrible. Their left tackle is Dan Moore. He's terrible. Their running back, Tony Pollard. He's not the same Tony Pollard. And their right guard, Cordell Volson, is asinine terrible. And I use these words loosely, but just not a good football player. So they need a lot of offensive line help, including their tight end. I mean, Kenyon Sadiq would be absolutely insane to pair with Cam Ward. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the Titans. I'm going to move back. What do they have for trade offers? Okay, the Bengals at 10. Who else? Who else wants some of this action? The Bucks at 15. Moving back to 28's way too far. So if I'm the Titans, I'm taking the Bengals option at 10. I could still get Sadiq. I could still get an extremely good guard. I can definitely get the next best running back, Jadarian Price, or I think the other guy's name is Clark. Hold on, let me go look that up real quick. Yeah, Kenan Black, Mike Washington. So Washington's just as fast as Love. This guy right here, Coleman. I keep calling him Clark, but Jonah Coleman, man. Again, third-round guy. Late second round, early third round guy. Mike Washington, late second round, early third round for sure. Jadarian Price, somewhere in the second round. Maybe in the first round if somebody really wants a running back. So you got a lot of options. But now I'm going to set it up horizontal and vertical. And I'm going to say you got to stick and pick because I'm not doing trades. And I think that Arvell Reese is too good to pass up. But I'm going to go with prototypical size. And that's where I'm going with David Bailey. Even though I probably would have rather go the guard there, I'm going with David Bailey. All right, next up for the Giants. They really need a wide receiver. According to my list, they need a slot wide receiver. Slayton is the guy that I would want to replace. And maybe that is Carnell Tate, right now. When you look at Tate, you look at where he plays, look at how he plays, I think just about anybody would love to have him on their roster. Slot snaps, he's definitely played a little bit, but he's an out wide guy. Well, they have their out wide guy. The Giants depth chart will tell you that they have a bunch of wide receivers right now. They got a ton. Holy cow. They got Malik Neighbors, man. And look, you probably don't need another outside receiver right now. They have Darius Slayton, which he's making a ton of money this year. But when you look at his numbers and his grades overall, I don't even see why he's on this team, to be honest with you. Calvin Austin, he's okay. Jalen Hyatt, they got last year, I believe. And quite honestly, he's probably that next up-and-comer. So I'm thinking they're probably not going to go with a wide receiver in the first round. They don't really need it, but they need to protect their quarterback. And they need to protect their run game. And so right now, they went and got Cam Scatteraboo last year. What's stopping them from taking Jeremiah Love? Because Scatteraboo's coming back from a major injury. And when they had a dynamic running game, that offense was cooking. The question is, can you get your guard in the second round? Well, their pick is at 37, and I would say absolutely they can. I know that they don't necessarily need a running back, but my question is Scatteraboo going to be the guy, or is he going to continue to get hurt because he loves banging his head against everything? And is safety more important than a running back? This early, I would say no. Caleb Downs is not a top 10 player for me. He's just not. And I'm going to stick with what I feel this team needs. And I think if you were to do something right here with offensive line, it has to be Olivaveganioni. Otherwise, it's going to end up being Arvel Reese. I think those are the only two options. I think it's Nioni or I think it's Reese. As much as I love Jeremiah Love going here, I don't see him doing it. All right, for the Browns, they need a quarterback, right? Like they do every year. But not this year. I think Shedeur Sanders is going to be fine, but you got to protect this guy. As far as the Browns, depth chart. Once I get out of the top 10, the top 9, I'm going to fly. I'm going to fly right through it. Browns tight ends. David Njoku. He's aging. He was a free agent. I don't remember if they brought him back or not. I don't think they did. Harold Fannin, not good. Jack Stoll, not good. Blake Whitehart, not good. Brendan Bates, Sal Cannella, and Caden Priestcorn. None of these guys are very good. David Njoku is the only guy that they have, and I don't think he's on the roster. I could be wrong. Maybe he did re-sign already. Maybe he did. Something's telling me he did. Oh, maybe they didn't. Yeah, and the Njoku looks like he's still unsigned according to Spotrac. He's still available. Huh. Yeah, I can't see them spending $15 million on David Njoku or even $10 million on Njoku. Oh, let's see here. One sec. Yeah, to your point, Fannin was a good rookie, but I'm looking for someone that's a little bit more dynamic. I think that, yeah, what did he have? Like 650 last year for yards? A handful of TDs, maybe? If memory serves me right. He was one of the only targeted guys. So when you look at spreading an offense around and giving Shedeur Sanders options, last year he didn't have much for options. And I think that clearly pigeonholes you, right? Who were their wide receivers last year? They had Jerry Jeudy. Wasn't he injured for most of the year? Cedric Tillman, Malachi Corley. I can't remember anybody else. That's just not a great wide receiver room to me. Jerry Jeudy. What did he? No, I guess he played the whole season. He had 602 yards last year. Yeah, Harold Fannin having more than Jerry Jeudy, that's a problem. That's a massive problem. Cedric Tillman. He played in 13 games last year. He had 270 yards. That's a problem. Who else is on that receiver room? Corley, right? Corley played in 13 games, only started 5. He had 79 receiving yards. So again, when I look at, Fannin, that's an outlier season. They just didn't have anybody else to throw to, and you need a dynamic receiver. Fannin's not it, right? Njoku last season, he only played in 12 games. He put up 300 yards. So Fannin clearly took over the room when Njoku was down. So there's reasons for some of that stuff, right? I think that if you give Shedeur Sanders a receiver, Fannin ain't touching that. He had a great rookie year, but there was nobody else really on that team to throw to. And I don't even remember where all the yards came from, like game by game, like how much was Shedeur Sanders, how much was all the other 10 quarterbacks they used last season. But just not a typical year for them last year. I'm trying to remember. I have a feeling it was where is it? Was it Joe Flacco that, he got hot early with a couple of those guys. They also have Isaiah Bond and some other guys, just not great players. But anyway, get back into business here. Quarterback, wide receiver, they're not going to take a quarterback. They need to protect Shedeur Sanders. They need to give him a wide receiver, and they also need to help out that offensive line big time. I don't think they're going to go defense. I think that if you're looking at three positions here, it's going to be offensive line and wide receiver. The Browns never make the right move, ever. But if they're going to make the right move this year, I think you bring in Carnell Tate. Even though I think offensive line would probably be the better choice, I firmly believe you will get a better option with the offensive line at pick 24. You're not going to be able to find Carnell Tate again, and that's where he goes. Well, we're going to get him an offensive lineman at pick 24. Washington. I need to dig through Washington a little bit more than I have. I haven't done enough on them. Let me pull them up real quick. I gotta go here. I gotta hurry. I think this is where Jeremiah Love goes, honestly. Defensive line they can get later. They don't have a second round pick, so they got to hit. They really got to hit this pick. If Washington was smart, they would trade back. Otherwise, I think you stick and pick and take Love here because they need defensive line. They need a safety. But they brought in Nick Cross. They still have Will Harris, who's not that great. They have Martin. They have Reeves. They're good to get going with the safety group. Like that's probably a room that they're not even going to pay attention to in the draft unless they're forced to take. Josh Connerly they brought in last year for right tackle. So they should be good there. Left tackle, they still have Laramie Tunsil, so they should be good there. But it's that interior guard play. And they got Samuel Kosmi, so he's good. They still need a guard, and I would say that, man, maybe they look at that in the third round, but if they were to back up right here and add another pick, it would most likely be a first-round pick next year, a pick swap in the first round, and potentially a third-round pick. And then they could do something to wiggle their way up, trade some picks to move back up into the second round and get themselves that guard that they desperately need or whatever. But I'm going to have to stick and pick with Jeremiah Love here to the Commanders. I hate that move, but all right. The Saints, man, what don't the Saints need? All right, so wide receiver wise, they're good with Olave. They brought in Jalen Polk. They got Polk. They got Palmer. They could definitely need a receiver. I think you're going to want to add a receiver for sure. Defensive line, I think it's too early to go defensive line unless you're looking at edge. They definitely need a tight end. All they have is Noah Fant. Well, they got Juwan Johnson too. I guess it's probably good enough to start, but man, Sadiq would be looking real good right here, even though it could be a little early. They got Talis Fuaga, so they got a good tackle. Safeties. They have Reed and Howden. They brought in Jonas Sanker last year, I think, in the draft, or 2 years. When did they bring in Sanker? You got Julian Blackman. Yeah, Sanker was brought in last year, round 3, so he's great depth. Julian Blackman, he was brought in 2020. He's still fairly young. All right, right tackle. Who did I say their right tackle was? Why can't I remember? I have Calvin Banks, left tackle. And Talis Fuaga. All right, guards. Dylan Raduns. Oh, Cesar Ruiz. So they're good there with Caesar. But they need another guard, I think. They got David Edwards, but something tells me their guard play is just not the greatest. They're probably going to pass on a guard, even though they have pick 42, which could be a little late. I think they can still find a good guard. It may not be Pregnant or a Hanachor, but there's going to be another one available. Just look real quick. Chase Basantis comes to mind here. Yeah, 48. If these numbers work out, they don't always work out. All right, defensively on the edge, they got Chase Young. We know he's 96 years old. Carl Granderson, God, how old is he? He's 29. 6 sacks last year. He's never had more than 9. Not that that's the number that matters, because it's not the only number that matters. I would need to dig deeper to see what he's doing for TFLs, batted balls, all that good stuff. Chase Young is 26 years old. God, how many teams has he played with? Look at that. Skins, Washington, 49ers, Saints. Last year he had 10 sacks. That was his best year yet. I would say edge is probably a likelihood here. Defensive line, they brought in Brian Brissy, so they should be okay there on that side. Vernon Broughton. He was a round 3 pick last year. He only played in 1 game, so he's unknown. I'd say defensive line, but it's way early. Unless, I mean, you'd be reaching, in my opinion. Corners, they definitely need. They brought in Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, he's good, but they need someone they can play lockdown football, man. So I would say corners probably a great option for them. And or edge. And with Ruben Bain on the hook still, I could see the Saints going, in that direction. I could also see him taking Mansour Delane here. They do need a linebacker. And depending on how you deploy Ruben Bain, he's going to be too heavy to play linebacker. And the rest of the linebackers are going to be later in the draft. Yeah. I'm going to stick and pick it with a corner. I think they take the corner, Mansour Delane. All right, Kansas City. I don't know if there's a clearer pick here than Kenyon Sadiq. Travis Kelce's obviously on his last legs. Who even knows if he's going to make it through the season? Patrick Mahomes is going to be battling back from a major injury. I mean, they still have pretty stout defensive line with Chris Jones, Kyrie's Tonga they brought in this year. I believe it was this year. Omar Norman Lott they brought in last year. George Karlaftis on one edge. They got Uzoma off the other. Guards, they brought in Sumatia, whatever, last year. Caliendo's still around. He's not that great. They could definitely use a guard. They still have Nick Bolton and Drew Tranquil for linebackers. They could use a linebacker. I could see that happening later. They've got pick 9 and 29 and 40. God, I hate the Chiefs. How did they even finagle that? Who did they trade again? Okay. They need a guard. I could see that happening at the end of the round. So we're going to forget offensive line for the moment. As far as DB goes and wide receiver, it's Kenyon Sadiq. Sorry, got to do it. He's a receiver, man. He's a receiver playing in a tight end's body. And if they really want to edge, they can get one at 40. And if they shoot, can't go back, can I? Their next pick, I think, was at 29. So I think 29 and 40 is where the Chiefs were next. They can definitely get a guard. They can definitely get an edge. And they got their receiving tight end and, a receiver with Kenyon Sadiq. He can play all over the field. And then as far as DB goes, they'll be able to find a DB later. Bengals. Well, I'm sure the Commanders need offensive tackle, but no, not at 7. They have limited picks, man. Limited picks. All right, Bengals. And don't forget, if you guys would like to compete against my mock drafts, that'll be loaded up this weekend. Actually, it might be loaded up by tomorrow. It's $15 a sheet. Winner takes all. It'll be a giant pot. We'll announce the pot before we stop taking mock drafts, but you'll email your mock draft. For every one that you send in, it's $15. You can submit one per entry, so one per pool. There's going to be multiple pools. My mock draft will be up before we go live with it. So my mock draft will, once we stop taking mock drafts, then mine will be posted. So you'll have it way before the draft starts, like way before, like 3-4 days before the draft starts. You'll have it. So if you think I'm nuts, you think I'm crazy, if you don't like my picks, put your $15 where your mouth is or your keyboard fingers are, and do it, man. Your mock versus mine. Let's see here. Man, Bengals are just loaded with receivers right now. They got like a dozen. I could see them using a tight end, but man, they just missed out on Sadiq. Safeties, they got Brian Cook, Jordan Battle. So they're good there to start to get them out of the first round. Right tackle, they got Amarius Mims. Running back. Definitely could use a running back. Price is gone, or Love is gone. Quarterback, they're good. Left tackle, they have Orlando Brown. Linebacker, Demetrius Knight, they brought him in last year. Boy Mafi. Linebacker, they're good to start. Dylan Fairchild at guard, they're good there. Dalton Risner at the other guard, he's okay. Why is Dalton Risner not popping up? Let's see here. I think Risner's probably going to pass the first round test for the Bengals. Edge, they got Miles Murphy. They got Shamar Stewart last year. Defensive line, Cross, Jefferson, McKinley, Slayton, Jonathan Allen, B.J. Hill. Corners, Jackson Hill. Damn, they got DJ Turner still, too. This is the last one I'm putting any emphasis on. Then after this, I'm flying through it. Man, I don't know how they got Ted Karras, and he's so inexpensive. It's too early to take a center. It's probably too early to take a guard. Safety, I could see him taking a safety. Or I could see him taking Caleb Downs, Dylan Thieneman. All right, let me go back to their safeties here. They have Brian Cook, Jordan Battle. Linebackers are gone. Okay. You know, I could see him taking a defensive lineman here, but again, I think they'd be reaching. They got another pick at pick 41. And at pick 41, you could end up with Lee Hunter. You could end up with Christian Miller. And I think they would have a decent option to either one of those guys. So I'm going to have to go with the safety here. I don't think you can pass up on either one, Caleb Downs or Dylan Thieneman. The only question that I have is who? See, Brian Cook was round 2. He was brought over from KC in free agency, so they just brought him in. And then Jordan Battle, he was round 3. He's on his final year. Man, I think that this is where, I mean, Caleb Downs can do a little bit of everything. I'm going to go Downs here for the Bengals. All right, on the clock here for the Dolphins. We got Savage, they got Jackson, man, they really need a tight end too, but he's gone. Quarterback they got. Sealer, defensive tackle, Josh Uche, Brooks, Baker. Yeah. I know this sounds crazy, but they got Austin Jackson on the right side. They got Patrick Paul on the left. His Dolphins are full rebuild, man. Like full rebuild. They brought in a left tackle last year in round 2. He's not been stellar, but it might be enough to where they're okay. Probably not. Probably not. Wide receiver wise, you could definitely give Malik Willis a wide receiver here. They need someone with some speed. Honestly, though, I could see him taking the next best safety here. I could see him taking a guard. I could see them taking a Spencer Fano or a Monroe Freeling and turning them into a guard. Or just waiting until pick 30. Well, they'll have plenty of guard options. I'm gonna give them who? I'm gonna go Leone. All right, that settles the guard. Instead of waiting, they can find a receiver at their next pick. All right, Cowboys, defensive line, linebacker, corner. So corner makes a lot of sense here. And Avion Terrell is probably the best one that's left in the first round. And if you remember what I said earlier about Cassius Howell, I could see him potentially being a linebacker at the next level because he's got the speed to go sideline to sideline, even though he's listed as an edge. He's 248 pounds. He's 6'2". He's got short arm syndrome, which, like, I don't see him being an edge. But if how I view the Cowboys is this: they are willing to take players that have all of these crazy agilities and intangibles. You know, Micah Parsons was a perfect fit. I see Howell being somewhat of a Parsons type of usage. Cowboys run that 3-4 base too, which you put him in as an inside linebacker. I think that Howell could potentially do some damage in that defense. They need a corner. I don't have my list, otherwise I'd just start flying. I mean, I'll start flying in a minute, but one quick check here. They got Guyton, they got BB, Terrence Steele, Tyler Booker, left guard, Tyler Smith. He's fine. Offensive line's good. Sean Gary, Damarian Overshown, Schmar, James, Donovan Ezraku. Man, their linebackers are crazy good. Hooker and Jalen Thompson. All right. Yeah, this is a nutty pick, but I'm going to do it anyway. They need defensive line in a bad way. I think this would be a major reach, but I'm going to give him McDonald. Rams definitely need to keep Matthew Stafford upright. They could use a linebacker. I think CJ Allen is just too stiff in that defense. I think he's way too stiff. Wide receiver wise, we have to have another one come off the board here soon. Is Mekhi Lemon someone that I can see working with Matthew Stafford? I don't know, but I do like Jordan Tyson here. Only problem with Tyson is I don't know his speed. I don't think he was one of the fastest guys. Not that that really matters. So I'm going to go with the next best option here, and it's either a tackle or it's a receiver. They don't pick again until 61, which is pretty far away. I'm going to go ahead and we'll do the tackle. Let's keep Matthew Stafford upright. We'll do Fano. Otherwise, I see Omar Cooper going there. Ravens, man, too early for center. Pick 45, they'll end up with a guard. Pick 45, they could end up with a center. Wide receiver, this is where I see Cooper going. Tampa Bay, tight end, too early. Guard, edge, linebacker. Look, Ruben Bain is still on the board. And I think that Todd Bowles is going to appreciate the way that Bain plays. He slipped far enough. Jets. So Jets in the very beginning, I had him take that linebacker. And then earlier, my second pick was going to be edge. Or number 3 was going to be left guard. I don't think that they're going to convert. They also need a corner. They also need a receiver. But if you're going to go left guard here, what's their next pick? 44 and 33. All right, they can get a guard at 33. They can get an edge at 44. I'm not taking a receiver here. Even though they could. I'm going to go Terrell. I'm going to go corner. All right, now the old dreaded Lions. What are we going to do? Caden Proctor's still on the board. Defensive line, I think the ones that make a lot of sense here. Keldrick Falk, if you're looking for a run stuffer. No, there's not real pass rush upside yet with Falk. I think that's going to take a little bit of time. Blake Miller, Clemson, moves well, 6'6", 315 pounds. I think he needs 10 pounds, but he moves well. Primary position in college was right tackle. So if you're considering moving Panay, Blake Miller would make sense. I think safety is a super important position. Lions at pick 50. They could still get an edge at 50. That's pretty good. I have no doubt in my mind that Brad Holmes is going to move up at least twice in this draft. Linebacker. I don't like linebackers at this stage of the game. I think that if you're looking at a linebacker, you're probably looking later. probably third round, even though we don't have a third. They'll get one. Defensive line would make some sense here too. But I think to start the year with Lee McNeil healthy, Tyleek Williams healthy, leave Ennis Rakestraw in the backup position. Who's it, Lacey or Wheat? I think we have Lacey, Wingo. Sure, Marcus Davenport will be back at some point. Just saying, you know. Williams, Smith, Wingo, Miles Adams, Levi, McNeil. I think we're good on defensive tackle to start. I like Capehart later. Yeah, I got to go with the insurance policy. I have to. I need that box safety. Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I would rather see a trade down, take Proctor in a couple of picks, trade down, still end up with Blake or Monroe Freeling if you really have high confidence in those players. But I'm going with what we need the most, and I think that is an insurance policy. We don't have Branch, and we do not have Kirby as of right now. You're not going to war without a safety. Can't do it. For the Vikings here, running back a little too early, center too early, safety makes a lot of sense, Dylan Thieneman. For the Panthers, too early for tight end, too early for center. Where's my list on these guys? Man. There's so many good players that are going to be available. I see the Panthers going Caleb Banks. I had two players there. I had Banks and I had Mekhi Lemon. Cowboys back on the clock, man. Like, this burns me up. They already gave him McDonald. Good player. Linebacker, I think, is a bad idea. But corner would make some sense. I mean, if they really like CJ Allen, I think that's another good pickup for them. But their linebacker core is tight. I think that Jamad McCoy is going to get his shot, man. I think he is. For the Pittsburgh Steelers here, look, I hate doing this, but it's too early for a running back. Guard and tackle, they could potentially get that at pick 53. You could still end up with a guard, or they could move up, whatever. But they're not going to get another shot at a quarterback. And this is where Ty Simpson goes. The Chargers, wide receiver. Where's my list? Safeties are all gone, so that would make a lot of sense. But there's some really good defensive linemen here. They have pick 55 next. It's going to be tough to get one of the top guards in the draft, but at 55, you will have a shot at a good defensive lineman, and you should still have a shot at a pretty decent wide receiver. So if I go with my board, it's guard. And this is where you have to make a decision. Man. This is where you have to make the decision. Can you take, when I had a conversation with Caden Proctor at the draft, there was some teams that were saying that they would move him into guard. And I just look at the Chargers and I'm thinking, man, they got Joe Alt. Could you imagine Caden Proctor being next to Joe Alt? See you, Caden. Let's see. Eagles want to move the ball, man. They need edge. Safeties are gone right now. Wide receiver. I could see him doing a wide receiver here. But with Akeem Messidor on the board, my board looks like this. I see three players based on my board. If it's an edge, it's either Akeem Messidor if they want that win now guy, a little bit more floor to his game. Otherwise, it's Keldrick Falk. They're willing to allow him to kind of develop, but he can definitely stuff the run. Otherwise, it's Blake Miller going to the Eagles. All right, Browns are back on the clock. So I gave him the wide receiver, and now we need to protect the quarterback, right? So they need guard and tackle. I think tackle is super important. I can't remember who their left tackle is. Probably just go look at my list. Hold on. Browns. Yeah, DeJuan Jones. Yeah, we're going to get rid of DeJuan Jones here. And that's Monroe Freeling. Chicago's definitely going to get a punter here. Like I said, safeties are gone, so my list was defensive line. And honestly, man, they have the pick of the litter, to be honest with you. It's really crazy how this draft is going to end up going. I could easily see Cassius Howell, Akeem Messidor, Keldrick Falk, any one of those players go to Chicago. They picked next at 57, and they back that up with 60. There's going to be another edge there. There's also going to be defensive line there. There's definitely going to be a safety there and a center at 57 and 60. And then after that, I can't remember who they have. But defensive line right now makes a ton of sense with Peter Woods on the board. I know it's a little early for him, but I think he moves great. Buffalo Bills, they need quite a bit. I'm not too sure what this new regime in Buffalo is going to try to do and where they value guys, but if they're really looking for a linebacker, I think CJ Allen in the middle of that defense. Just want to verify real quick. They got Greg Rousseau. They brought Bradley Chubb in. CJ Gardner-Johnson at safety. Terrell Bernard. Yeah. It's CJ Allen here. If he makes it this far, which I think he could, they need a middle linebacker. I don't even know what they have after this though for picks. They don't have a second rounder, so that would make me lean towards taking a later linebacker, but I don't remember where the other picks are. If you're gonna go guard, which would make a lot of sense because you're not gonna have a big opportunity later. I don't know how you can walk away from Maxi Hanachor right now. Emmanuel Pregnan, I think that there was some fears about his medicals. Man, upside with the linebacker, defensive line. Oh. Yeah, I'll stick with CJ Allen. It's either CJ Allen or Maxi Hanachor there. San Francisco. Safeties are gone. Edge is definitely there. Guard is there if you want to take Max. And tackle, they're pretty much donezo this early. Except for Caleb Lomu. He's on the left. 6'6", 308. It's really light. He needs to gain some weight. You could potentially put him in as a guard. He'd be a hell of a guard. I think outside-inside transitions work a little bit better. He has the prototypical length, though. His arm length is solid. He just needs some weight. He weighed 313 at the combine, so that makes you feel a little bit better. That extra 5 pounds does matter. But man, with edge on the board, yeah. Key Messidor. All right, Texans, excuse me. Definitely not taking a running back here or a center. I see defensive line all day. Christian Miller. Kansas City's back on the board. I forgot what I gave them before. I gave them Kenyon Sadiq. Man, they need some speed. Makai Lemon. Miami. I gave him the guard. Now it's time to give him either the DB or the receiver. Colton Hood. Patriots. They need a right tackle? Yeah, they need a right tackle badly. Lomo. He's going to switch from left to right. All right, Seahawks running back, edge DB, according to PFF. My list says Keldrick Falk. And that's it. That's my first round. The rest of these, I picked 2 rounds just because I wanted to see some of their later round picks. So I'm going to save these. And I'll repick it later, but there you go. I got a conference call like I'm seriously going to be late for. So that's it. I appreciate you guys joining me. I'm out of here. Y'all have a great rest of your day. I'll see you later on when I do this for realsies.